Okay, I am told we are supposed to be live. But just to be absolutely for sure, I will wait until somebody in chat says that they can see us and hear us.
I can hear us.
Hey, excellent. That counts as somebody in chat. Good morning. Welcome to Breath of Fire 2. Blink, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is iBlink22 from the Breath of Fire community. If you're from there, I am a Breath of Fire 1 speedrunner and currently I am in the process of learning Breath of Fire 2 through our good old Breath of Fire 2 for Charles.
Comms is low, people are saying in chat. Okay. I can turn Discord up a bit. No, I can't. Discord is already as high as it will go. Okay, I can turn you up in Discord a bit. Although it occurs to me that I just stopped on an unfortunate screen. Because there'll be no background game noises to balance against, but it's fine. It is okay. We're doing this live. Better now than in the middle of the run, right?
Right. Testing. Am I more audible on the stream side?
Let me just hit a quick refresh on the game so we have some background noise. There's the background noise. Alright. Yeah, testing, 1, 2, 3, etc., etc. It is too early in the morning. I'm waiting for people in chat to chime in regarding the audio balance. Ordinarily...
Yeah,
Sorry?
Chat, are we okay on the comm side? Yes, for Carl, it is too early in the morning. It is 2:26 a.m.
My blink is still pretty low. Okay. More fiddling. Can you just say something, Blink? I'm going to see how high your volume is in OBS.
Testing.
Oh, that's weird. Well, that certainly explains why you're quiet. Now, hang on while I try and fix it. What in tarnation?
I'm as boosted as I could be on my Discord side.
Yeah, no, it's, Okay, say something now?
Testing.
Oh, that should be much better. Yeah, so for some reason, OBS had decided that it was gonna route the Discord audio through my microphone rather than the explicitly labeled Discord section of the audio mixer. That is
awesome.
Bizarre.
OBS doing OBS things. I always notice whenever I get a PC update, it will reset all my OBS audio settings. So sometimes it'll be like Windows update and I'll go live and then chat can't hear my capture card because there is no capture card tied. It won't hear my mic. And like I'll go a nice 10 minutes before someone's like, "Hey, you're muted."
Yep. All right. Okay. I'm putting you
Shall
back
I reintroduce
down to
myself?
Yeah, go for it.
Alright. Hello, everybody. My name is iBlink22. If you know me from the Breath of Fire Discord, then this will make things easier. But for anyone who is not, I am a Breath of Fire 1 speedrunner. I currently hold the world record for the Breath of Fire 1 any percent time on Super Nintendo, and I am currently learning the Breath of Fire 2 speedrun kind of in the background as I'm trying to improve my world record time a little more, with the help from Charles, who's a very knowledgeable resource for Breath of Fire 2.
And me is Charles. I have some world records in assorted Breath of Fire 2 secondary categories, but what I'm running today is just the most popular standard any percent, where I do not hold the world record. The world record is a 6:15:42, I think, by MCon, and my PB is a 6:16:02. Because the last time I ran this game, I decided to throw in the middle of the final boss and missed world record by 20 seconds. So, in penance for my sins, whatever time I get today, for every minute over world record, I am donating $1 to charity. That's the plan. Alright. So I'm set up and ready to go. And I think we have one of the mods ready to hit the timer. Confirmation coming in chat momentarily, I hope. Excellent. Fuddlebob has given us the thumbs up. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, welcome to Breath of Fire 2. We will, probably only discuss the plot intermittently throughout the run, because probably half of chat is familiar with it anyway, but even if we don't, Breath of Fire 2 is an RPG, the text is slow. I will be mashing through it as fast as I can, which is still not very fast. So you can read along with the beautiful 90s Nintendo of America translation.
So since we have time, and since you've been delving into my game a little bit more, which one is more... which one is less overwhelming in terms of, like, the mashing of text?
So now that both games allow turbo controllers, it's really not a big deal. Before turbo controllers were allowed, definitely Breath of Fire 2 was the worst offender, because to optimally advance the text, you need to hold one button and mash another button, or hold one button and mash the rotating the D-pad. Whereas in Breath of Fire 1, as far as I can tell, there's no two-button mash to scroll the text faster, which I'm sure your thumbs are grateful for.
Yeah, I have to hold my turbo controller really weirdly when I play this game. Just so that I can have both buttons pressed.
My turbo controller is just my keyboard, so... I might be the only keyboard gamer among the active Breath of Fire 1 and 2 runners.
Probably.
Look, it makes rand rolling a lot easier.
I mean, that's fair. To each their own.
More importantly, I just don't own any real controllers.
That's okay. I mean, even if playing from your PC, you would need like an adapter, and it's kind of disgusting.
Yep. Anyway, we just got.
I wasn't paying attention. Did you dodge the first hit?
No. Although it is certainly possible, and it's really annoying because that first fight just goes on until you drop to low HP and your dad saves you.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, for those who are not familiar at all with Breath of Fire 2, it has 3 endings. There's the you're bad, you lose ending, there's the normal ending, and there's the good ending. Colloquially known as Dad % for reasons that will become clear in about 5.5 hours. And by community agreement, all speedrun categories, or at least all full game categories, use the good ending, even though it is technically slower by about 2 minutes. But it's the honorable ending, and it's the cool ending, and it's basically identical in terms of actual gameplay, so why would we do the uncool ending? It's not like anybody speedruns Breath of Fire 2 to go fast.
I think 1 is the same way, where just all the categories require you to beat the game with the really good ending.
I guess one important difference between Breath of Fire's 1 and 2 is in Breath of Fire 1, the run ending soft lock is on the final boss. In Breath of Fire 2, it's on the second last boss.
Which you always mention is the true last boss anyway.
That is true, that is fair. I admittedly did not prepare a whole lot for this run, so I only actually started intentionally learning things about Breath of Fire 1 about 3 weeks ago, and I have spent pretty much the entire last week just in an obsessive haze, 16 hours a day, crafting a tool-assisted speedrun for Breath of Fire 1. And I now have to remember that this is not Breath of Fire 1. It's the game that I played before. I'm sure it'll be fine.
It will come back slowly. And that's happened to me too with trying to learn different things, or even like in the same game if I do different routes, where I'll just muscle memory some things, and rather than consciously think about the appropriate way I'm supposed to handle a certain segment.
Yeah, you came from FF7 before you did BOF 1, right?
Yep.
I am not brave enough to learn RPGs with step routes and RNG manips. That all sounds like deep magic.
I will say some of the RNG manips that are coming out for FF7 are a little bit overwhelming from a newcomer's perspective. Actually, with the new skip that they've discovered recently, there is a massive RNG manipulation that you're supposed to do in order to do the entire skip on PSX that
Oh no, we're cursed, we're cursed.
Uh-oh, what happened?
We dodged Barberry's attack.
I've had that happen before, and I got so annoyed. There's like a whole thing that you're supposed to do. So in just slight tangent on it. In FF7 on the world map, RNG for fights is seeded based on the IGT that you load into the world map. So you can use that to perform certain movements in a particular way to avoid encounters or get a desired encounter if that is what you want. And for the new skip on console, other versions of the game have like a glitch that you can set up so that you just don't get the random encounters. It kind of like locks out the random encounters when you do it. But for PSX console, they have to do like a whole long-winded 13-minute precise movement in a certain way in order to not only do the glitch, but also to avoid getting an encounter during it, because if you do, it soft locks you.
That sounds about right. I never speedran, but was big into watching Earthbound runs a few years ago, right when Tucson Manip was getting worked out for the first time. And I have fond memories of watching top runners just resetting the first 20 minutes of the game over and over and over and over again, trying to get the manip to work. And
oh, jeez.
remember thinking like, yeah, that can be fun for somebody else. I'm good leaving that one on the table.
That's why I've been learning. I've also been learning a little bit of Earthbound in parallel with BOF2. Where I'm just looking at glitchless and no RNG manip.
Yep. If I were to pick it up, that'd be what I go for as well. So, back to talking about the game we're actually playing. You just watched a little 2-minute cutscene. That is the one and effectively only input break in the entire run. So I am now chained to my chair for the next 6.5 hours. There's one 55-second input break, about 3/4 of the way through the game, and that's it. And on the previous
Yikes.
topic, there's also no RNG manip allowed of any kind. And by allowed, I mean like by the laws of physics. The RNG function in Breath of Fire 2 updates every frame, so the only possible way to manip is to play frame perfectly. And like most things cannot be buffered, you actually would just have to press the buttons the old-fashioned way, which it ain't happening. So basically we have to play this game raw, and that is fun because Breath of Fire 2 is notoriously a very grindy, high encounter rate, low run chance kind of RPG.
And then for anyone that isn't familiar with the Breath of Fire 2 just plot at this point, I'll summarize things as we get to certain points. Blue hair guy is your main character. This is Ryu. Or in this case, it's RRLAT8. RRLAT8 had a childhood, and he had a father who was a priest and a sister who was kind of wild. And one day he goes looking for his sister and finds that he finds her at this dragon that's part of the town that he grew up in. And after his father and sister leave, RRLAT took a moment to reflect upon, himself, and in that moment went back home to find out that nobody remembered him. And not only did nobody remember him, but the town also was a little bit different. His father and sister did not exist anymore, and he was just confused. So he goes back to the church, which is where he lived, and meets a little orphan named Bo, which we see right here. And Bo is a thief, and they decide to klepto the church and leave together. And then, both of them stumbled upon a demon in a cave and somehow miraculously survived the situation. And now, apparently, we are rangers for this town.
I just realized that I only did the short game category amount of breaking the laws of physics. I forgot to do the full game category, breaking the laws of physics. Excuse me a moment.
Okay, no worries. So now we are rangers for this town, and as far as being rangers go...
Did I actually screw this up entirely? It kind of looks like I did, huh? Does this not work? Okay.
What happened right there? You got another 1,000.
Look. Do not worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Huh.
You could probably fix it with the next one. Oh.
Nah, it's cool.
Okay.
I actually don't think it could be fixed with the next one. For reasons. Okay. It's fine. Shh. I don't know if mods want to restart the timer or anything, but it's okay. But that actually basically just broke the entire run. It's fine. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's a little embarrassing. So, I guess now would be an opportune time to talk about the glitch that I just broke. Breath of Fire 2 notoriously only really has one glitch, and it's the one you just saw me not doing correctly. But the switch menu in the armory, which allows you to trade a piece of gear that you are currently wearing for something in the shop, is a little fragile on the coding side. If you tell it that you want to trade a piece of armor and then cancel out on the very next frame, as in do an A and then B input on 2 successive frames, the game gets a little bit confused. Yeah, Fuddle, you can... I've restarted my timer locally just on the very off chance that this turns into a real run, but you can do as you like. The timer's fake anyway. What was I saying?
You were talking about the glitch, the switch glitch.
Yeah. Basically, you get pointers pointing to things they are not supposed to point at. In particular, it will try to swap your character's condition stat for a piece of equipment determined basically just by an arbitrary piece of code. It doesn't work very well. But the end result is, one, you can just get your character's weapon data filled with item data, which it was not supposed to be, and that has interesting results that we'll see later. You can also use it to duplicate equipment that you have equipped. And lastly, you can use it to get effectively unlimited money, because when it tries to confirm that swap between what you're currently wearing and this garbage data from memory, there's the fun dodge that wastes a couple of seconds. The amount of money it gives you depends on a comparison between your currently equipped thing and the thing from memory. The thing is when I confirmed the switch at the end of doing the glitch to produce the glitched weapon, that changed one of those pointers, so it was no longer pointing at the really expensive thing that lets me farm millions of gold very quickly. That's what you saw me trying to do afterwards. I went back in and started producing the glitch, but it was not making my money go higher very quickly, because it was now not pointing at the right stuff. Basically, I goofed. In the short game category, we only glitch a little bit of money because it's short game category. We don't need that much money. But this is the full game category. I need a lot of money. And even with the timer still going, it is genuinely faster to reset the entire run and do the 10-minute intro sequence over again than it is to not have that money. So I technically still speedrun optimal after accounting for a runner mistake. But it's fine. It's okay. We're here to laugh at me, right? That is definitely...
In the famous words of FF10 Titus, ah, ha, 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 ha.
Yeah, that's the first time I've made that particular error. That's a new one.
I didn't even know that the pointers could do weird stuff like that. I mean, I figure it's like a really broken code for it to work like that. But yeah, I can't. I mean, I can understand like it being fragile in that way.
Yeah, there is theoretically another place in the run where you could money glitch reasonably efficiently, but I only know that because it's what I do in the Breath of Fire 2 tasks, and I am not remotely confident that I would be able to get to that point in the game quickly enough to have the pointers where I know they end up in the tasks. Because obviously I am not a task, I can't go that fast. In the tasks, when you get to Semafort, you can do the glitch with Nina, and it's almost as efficient as doing the money glitch on Ryu in a hometown.
I see.
But there's no way I'm going to be close to the task by the time I get to Semafort, so I'm not trusting that that'll work.
That actually reminds me, there's like time-sensitive stuff in this game for certain things, right?
There is, in interesting ways. So, because the shopping/money glitch, everything depends on your character's condition stat. That is the bits of garbage memory that it pulls some of the data from, which means that as your character's condition stats update throughout the game, the glitch behaves differently. It will point at different stuff, which affects the amount of money you get, but importantly, it can break the game, because most of the actual items and equipment that correspond to the condition stats that you will actually get, they're just normal things that can be sold and everything works properly. But in one case, you end up with an item ID that corresponds to an unsellable story item, and if you then try and perform the glitch with
That's
that,
right, the
game
mirror.
crashes. Yeah, it's the mirror. So
That's right. I was like reading through the guide, and I'm like, how does a mirror end up being? It was for like cats.
Yeah.
Switch glitch. Oh
Yep.
my god, now it all makes sense. That's
And
why I brought this up. Was like I vaguely remembered that.
the way the condition stat works in Breath of Fire 2 is basically while you are, quote, playing the game, in other words, when you're not in town, you're not in dialogue, you're not in combat, you're not at a cutscene, just when you're on the map walking around doing the RPG, there's just a background timer running at all times, and it's approximately, I think, every 15 minutes. A bunch of things update, including your character's condition stats, your run chance. There's a few like global variables that just run on that timer. And so your cat's condition stat can update before you do the glitch on cat or after you do the glitch on cat. And her condition stat is also affected by her level, and she can gain extra levels or fewer levels depending on which bosses she's alive for. And if you get the wrong combination of you went slow enough to get an extra condition update before doing the glitch, and she gets exactly the wrong amount of levels, then you can end up with the mirror, and it will soft lock the game.
I see.
It is kind of nice that just get good, go fast solves the problem. If you have a run that's on a good pace, then you'll never see the mirror and you don't have to worry about it.
If the mirror popped in there, could you refuse it and
yes,
just okay?
Yeah, if you see the mirror if you see the mirror pop up on the would you like to switch screen, then you can just cancel out, forego giving Cat her glitched weapon, and continue the run that way. You lose a little bit of time, but you can at least finish if you're doing a no reset marathon run or something.
Got it.
But if you are trying to get a good time, yeah, that's basically a run reset. But on the other hand, if you're actually trying to get a good time, if you're going slow enough to see the mirror, you probably should have reset anyway. If you just want to finish a run, you can live with it.
So does it just soft lock the game if you get that?
We call it a soft lock because gamers are notoriously imprecise with their language. The game crashes.
Oh, okay.
It is not a soft lock. It is a hard lock. The game
yeah, that's
broke.
a hard lock.
It's the same with what everybody refers to as the Borrowberries soft lock. It is just a crash. I don't know why we're like that.
Okay. Yeah, in the case with the Goddess 1 and 1, the game still goes on. It's just, I think you just can't do anything.
Yeah, I guess it's up to taste whether you call that a soft lock or a hard lock. I think of it as a hard lock. Like, if the game is no longer accepting inputs from the controller, in what sense can you really be said to be still playing the game? Alright, let's see if I can do this correctly this time. So I'm gonna just talk myself through this. We need to sell the life PL and buy 6 urchins. I'll explain the 6 urchins in a sec. Okay. Oh, and I already forgot something. This is not a big deal. This is just a 2-second time loss. You need Ryu in slot 2. Because the recipient of the glitched weapon depends on the character slot of the person you're glitching with. There we go, that's better. Now you can see I have a great deal of money. That's what I was supposed to do.
We are now rich.
Yeah. So, this was discovered a few years ago by Andy3321, who may drop by on commentary later, unclear. Okay, I have to keep that much. Alright. I'll talk more in a second. I'm just doing a quick mental inventory to make sure I haven't forgotten anything else. Tell the story of your journey. No. We talked to the dragon to set this as our death warp point. Or rather, it's already the death warp point, but if you death warp before the first time you talk to the dragon, you get a whole bunch of extra text, which is slow. And we are going to be death warping later. We don't want to be slow. Alright, we're off. So what Andy discovered is that if you perform that shopping glitch, the shopping glitch has been known for over a decade. What's newer from about four or 5 years ago is if you perform the shopping glitch while your inventory cursor in the selling menu is hovering over an equipable accessory, that's what produces glitched weapons on not the character you're glitching on in the shopping menu, but actually the character in the equivalent spot in the reserve party. So even though I only have Ryu and Bo in the party right now, the game still thinks of, like, right now it's Bo slot 1, Ryu slot 2, Cat slot 3, Rand slot 4, even though they haven't joined the party yet. They're still in the same place in memory. And then it's Nina slot 5 and Sten slot 6, which are slots 1 and 2 of the reserve party. So I just glitched with Ryu in slot 2, that gave Sten a glitched weapon. A little bit later I'll glitch with him in slot 1, and that'll give Nina their glitched weapon. And the weapon that they receive is, it's a glitched weapon with garbage data. The data is pulled from item data, and you can affect where it pulls from with the stack size of the accessory your cursor is over when performing the glitch. That's why we bought a stack of 6 urchins. 6 gets you the Moondrop, which is the best of the glitched weapons. There. That's the explanation. And we're now fighting some stuff at level 1, and I'm kind of getting beaten up by the wildlife, but I'm sure it is okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we got level 2 on both people.
So effectively, our ranger friends have told us that we need to start searching for Mina, not Nina, but Mina with an M.
Yeah.
She has lost her pet, Susie, and we are on a mission to find her. And the only reason we're taking up this little odd job is Bo has a crush on Mina, and so he wants to impress her by finding her pet. And the only clue we have is that it went somewhere this way. So, as Charles has mentioned, we are fighting wildlife and getting beaten, and now we are fighting some Harpy Lady sisters, and they are hungry for dog and boy.
Specifically for boy. These Harpies are all coded to only attack Ryu because they think he is the handsome JRPG protagonist. Which is
but also, he seems more appetizing than all the animals they've eaten recently.
Yep. Oh, did I? Yeah, I think if Bo doesn't high roll this. Okay, it is good. Wasn't sure if I'd counted damage correctly there. So this is looking not too difficult because the effectively unlimited money we glitched in Hometown allowed us to buy out the entire armory. But if you are playing this game without that glitch, you do not have an awful lot of money. You can afford to buy one weapon, and that's it. So in the glitchless category, we come in here pretty close to naked. You're very under-equipped, and then this boss will beat the stuffing out of you. It's a good time.
But now that we have some pretty decent armor and the best weapons that we can get at this point, this boss fight's pretty trivialized so long as we attack the correct targets through the fight.
Yep.
The 2 back harpies have 40 HP, so they can die within 2 turns. 2 turns of attacks. This one at the front has the most HP and is a little more bulky, so the fact that the harpies do a lot of damage, you would rather take out the 2 so that you're minimizing damage sources and just have the last one just auto-battle through. Auto-battling is pretty fast in the Breath of Fire games compared to just menuing.
Something that helps a lot is that the back two harpies. Sorry, no, all three harpies, what am I saying? All three harpies on the second round of combat, they all attack each other because they're fighting over who gets to eat the handsome JRPG protagonist. Which is both very funny and also quite convenient.
Not that, welcome in, Lokaduen. Not necessarily that there are skips, but there are some glitches that allow us to, well, in the any percent category, we have infinite money possibilities. And we're kind of gearing ourselves up to be a little bit more powerful than you would be during playing the game. And then there's just optimized strats for the bosses to not go through very slowly.
The most significant thing that qualifies as a skip is rather than do the whole owl fruit side quest where you have to go and fight Algernon and get the fruit and then go and find the Oopa Roopa and take him back to the circus, you can just pay off the circus master and skip the whole thing.
That's like... I'm almost equating that side quest skip to like Pog skip in one.
Yeah. It does save a pretty significant amount of time.
Yeah.
But I do love that the devs, like, there's a dialogue option that says, like, either find me an Oopa Roopa or give me $900,000. It's like the original price of the bike in Pokemon Red. That, like, you're not intended to have that much money. But unlike in Pokemon Red, the devs, if you do have that much money, they do let you pay it off and finish the quest that way, which was very cool of them. I am not going to accuse the devs of being cool very often in this run, because, oh my goodness, they made some choices. But that is a cool choice. I approve of that. I don't necessarily approve of the encounter rate.
No, I don't think anyone does. I think one of the biggest gripes that most people have about the encounter rate in this game is either it's too high or you can't run away that easily.
Yep. And
if like either one of those was fixed, it probably would be a lot more appreciated.
Unlike in Breath of Fire 1, where you have the Marble 3 item, which just entirely turns off random encounters for 100 tiles, in Breath of Fire 2 we get smokes. They only last 64 tiles, and they most definitely do not turn off random encounters. They just reduce the rate slightly. It is worth doing. It is noticeable. If you run the early game in glitchless without smokes, because you can't afford them, and then in any percent with smokes, the time difference is very obvious. Just to this point so far, it's already a time difference of usually 2 or 3 minutes.
Now, one thing to mention, even though I said running away is extremely difficult in this game, if you do get lead-off attacks, it is a guaranteed runaway so long as you do it on the first turn.
Yep. So this is not going to be the last time that I say this, but due to a programming error, the chances of getting a lead-off attack are not what they were intended to be. There's an item called the Fast Shoe in the game, and the little text on it says, like, it raises lead off. It does not. Because in the code, there was a piece of code that was supposed to say the default lead off rate scales, I think it was between sort of like 8 to 12% roughly. I forget if it was like your luck stat or your agility stat that affects it, but there was supposed to be some base rate that was in that neighborhood and a bit variable. But do a check. If the character in slot 1 of the party is holding a fast shoe, instead give the party a 25% lead off rate. But that code does not do that. Instead, it doesn't check to see if you have a fast shoe, it checks to see if you have an empty. So as long as the character in slot 1 has not filled both their accessory slots, you will always get that boosted 25% lead-off rate. Which, like, thank goodness for that, right? The game is long enough as it is.
Wow. Also, nice. That was only one get-up, right?
Yep. So that's the
All right.
only boss in the game with that mechanic, but when you kill the roach, he has a 50% chance to just not die and get up with 30 to 50 more health. And he can do that infinitely. My brother currently, I think, holds the record for something like 12 or 13 get-ups in a row. It was pretty impressive.
So, we have found our Susie. Susie, turns out, is a pig. And odd that someone has a pet pig. But we have saved Susie before she had become bacon for this old man. So we found this little hovel that is pretty broken down, and the man inside was struggling with a roach problem. And essentially, we've handled the roach fight in such a way that we're trying to get both Bo and Ryu really low because we are going to do a death warp. So what a death warp is in this game is if you die, like your party dies out, you are not forced back to the main menu of a game like any other JRPG. Instead, your party is forced back to the last location where you saved. And since we...
Ryu almost botched the death warp with that counterattack.
Yeah, I just saw it. It just came in on the feed. So, since we saved back in hometown, which, as you see, we just popped in right now, once we game over, we come back here. And this is much faster than going back through the mountain again and getting encounters and etc. So Charles has set this up by giving everyone in the party very weak armor to be able to kill themselves off pretty quickly, and enforce like a quick game over so that we're back here.
You think it's kind of funny because the difference between the armors I just put on and the better armors that I took off, it's really only a total of maybe 7 or 8 points of defense. But the way the early game damage calculations work, it's the difference between doing like 10-ish damage to yourself and doing 1 or 2 damage. It's very, very significant. But it's very nice that all your plot progress is kept when you die, you just lose half your money. And, I mean, we're any percent. We have all the money we need. But you did notice that I stuffed most of my hoard of money in the bank where it is safe from death. Otherwise, I'd have to glitch like many times more money than I need later, so that like I would still have it after all these death warps.
Yep. You beat me to that.
Yeah.
I was just about to mention that.
Anyway, we're done with Bo now. He will have one more guest appearance a little bit later, but it's now just us on our own, and that definitely causes problems. The any percent run is normally fairly safe because like you can always buy as much of anything as you want. You can buy all the best armor, you can buy all the safety items, etc. But if there's just Ryu in the party, like, the revive item doesn't help you. There's no one to revive you. So it's just, you have to go 1v1 against the next handful of bosses, and it can go great. It is definitely going to be fine.
This
but
is
it can also go not great.
This is quite a notorious thing about Breath of Fire 2, is that they have quite a few solo sections that you're not aware of there being. I will say that I appreciated the Ryu solo section because of it making the most sense. It's the most anticipated. You play as Ryu most of the time, and it sets it up very gracefully for you to do this. The future sections where you have solo sections with a lot of characters that, let's say you may not have wanted to actually level a particular character, well now the game forces you into a solo encounter or like a solo boss fight or a solo section with a character that might be like minimum level at this point in the game, and it has become almost impossible to do.
There is definitely one of those solo sections later in the game where the strat is genuinely just YOLO, nothing bad ever happens, right? Surely it'll be fine. And it sometimes is fine. Sometimes it's not. But The Nina solo section, there's no point trying to grind experience and give her equipment or anything to make her strong enough to fight the randoms in there. In a speedrun, she will never be strong enough to fight the randoms in there, and there's no hope. Don't even try. Just run away from everything and accept that you'll die.
Mm-hmm.
Incidentally, by the way, I can see chat from where I'm sitting, so if people want to ask specific questions about the run or about the game mechanics or just make conversation, we're going to be stuck here for the next 6 hours. So I'm happy to take questions. It's just me and Blink are very efficient yappers, so if you don't ask questions in chat, we will keep yapping. I say, and then there's immediately a pause on the microphone. Okay, so we have replaced our party member with a trash can. And I just love the sound effect of this thing.
What's new in the new task compared to your previous one, says Puddle Bob?
Mostly just better routing. The old Breath of Fire 2 task was the very first tool-assisted speedrun I ever made, and as such, it contained, like, not really errors, just inefficiencies. So I think there was only one really major route thing, which was the first time I made the task, I just completely neglected to death warp out of the Sema Fort basement after beating the gold fly. Instead, I walked out, which is clearly incorrect. Like, we death warp in the any % run for a reason. But it just did not occur to me when I was making it. I don't know why, I have no excuses, I'm small-brained. But I corrected that, which saved a minute or so. And other than that, the rest of the improvement was just more optimization, better boss fights, etc. Funnily,
So plot update.
Oh yeah,
sorry,
go for
ahead.
it. I was just going to say that I did try to do an entire reroute of the mid-game because I had an idea for how to do the High Fort section better. And I routed the whole thing. Like, it was something 20 to 25 minutes total of gameplay, several days worth of work tasking it. And at the end of High Fort, I was successfully several seconds faster. And then I couldn't use it because the different overworld movement caused me to arrive at Tunlin in a different place of the day-night cycle with a longer wait for it to get back to daytime, so it ended up not saving time after all. That was kind of annoying. So I had ended up just using the same mid-game route as I did in the first task where the day-night cycle worked out better. But like, I had a good idea. Anyway, you can now talk about the plot.
So, plot update. Now that we had our pig Susie, we returned to hometown, and she appreciated everything and, thanked us quite graciously. And our head honcho at the ranger thing, gave us some superfluous money, and we went about our way to go to bed. In the middle of the night, Bo had a visitor who asked him to steal something, and Bo, being the thief that he was as a kid, agreed to it. He heard that there was some good incentive to it in terms of, like, moral incentive. However, Bo, when he was trying to rob the richest man in the town for an item that was illegally stolen from another person, and unrightfully stolen as well, Bo found that there was another thief there who pretty much pilfered everything in the mansion and framed him. So now Bo had been escorted out by Trash Can from the town because he was a wanted criminal, and we took him to the one place that we could think of where he would be safe and no one would find him. In a rundown house that we had just saved a man from some cockroaches. And now we are tasked as Ryu to find the appropriate thief while Bo is sitting at the old man's house trying to help him as his house is run down and needs renovations.
Alright, there is a non-trivial chance that we die just up ahead because we're about to wander into a new area of the world map with significantly stronger random encounters. The random encounters here are tuned for the equipment that you get at the next town. But the thing is, we're not at the next town yet. We still have our old armor, which means it'll be fine. We might get slaughtered a bit, but it'll be fine. Usually you get 2 or 3 encounters on the way here, and yeah, just get a lead-off attack. Works every time.
Something Magnus says that this plot makes no sense from the way I described it. While this is true, Ryu is the richest man
He's
in
low-key
hometown.
about his wealth. He doesn't like to brag. Okay.
And he didn't do it by unreasonable means either. So we can say that said person who has stolen other things from people in the town and Bo tried to steal back from him, he has done it very maliciously, and therefore we are stealing from him in a way to get back at him.
Alright. Just broke the laws of physics again. Don't worry about it.
Alright, we just performed money... lottery-breaking money glitching.
Okay. Now...
So Charles here is preparing with some supplies that he is going to use for the upcoming section. He has given himself better armor, so now he is more resilient towards the encounters in this brand new area that we just had approached, where the enemies are quite vicious. So we have a little bit of sturdiness to survive a little bit better, but the encounters are still extremely vicious, and we're going to try and make the best of the situation. A lot of runs can die here, but yeah.
You may have noticed me doing something funny where I walked around that bush and then intentionally entered the little hunting zone. That is because screen transitions reset the random encounter rate. So by doing that, I was able to walk all the way to Corsair with only the one single random encounter.
That's really cool. I mean, I figured that that's similar to BOF 1.
Yeah, if you're able to take like a reasonable length walk and then do an extra unnecessary screen transition to reset the encounter rate, it's almost always worth doing. Because on average, it will save you a fight, and the fight is much slower than the screen transition. Hey,
So
Gangrel,
now
good to see you.
So this is one of the fights that we were talking about that is pretty vicious. But now that we're a little bit more resilient, the damage is much more manageable. If we had gotten this fight on the way to Corsair,
We could die.
it's a really painful fight.
You don't even try to fight it, you just YOLO run, like 8% success rate. It's better than trying to fight it.
Mini plot update. We are looking for our thief in this town. This town has a coliseum that people work on. And we went to the pub in the middle of the night where everyone who works at the coliseum is off work, drinking their misery away. And we found a rhino-looking dude who says that he knows of... actually, this part is where I'm a little murky in the story, but he says that there's a way he can enter the Colosseum and that he knows that there's a strong girl there who is a fighter, and the only way that he could get in is if he fights Baba.
To be precise, he says, like, the person who fights the strong woman is always Baba, so clearly we just have to become Baba. Also, I think I was 2 tiles too early. Oh, there's my tile.
Gotcha. So Baba is a lumberjack that lives in this forest.
This forest is the bad place. This is actually the most lethal dungeon in the entire game.
Yeah, this is a nightmare of an area.
I think more than half my runs die here.
I just in what little experience I have had with this game, the entire section of this part is always traumatic for me. This is the one fight that I enjoy, actually, of this entire forest, but
Those little tree stumps are very slow, and the way Breath of Fire 2 works is your odds of running away from a random encounter depend on a comparative roll between your party's average speed and the enemy party's average speed. So it's just the stump, which is, I think, effectively 1 agility. You actually get a high run chance against it. But all the other enemies with normal speed stats, your odds are very low. Oops. Order smoking slot 1.
Well, thank you for enlightening me about the accessory slots, because I had considered just dropping a gold in there at one point.
Yeah, it's... So I have some giant 87-ish page manifesto of Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning routes and knowledge. Okay, we made it to Baba. But this is a good run now. What's going on? I wasn't prepared for it.
You had an enormously good amount of lead-offs on the way here.
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess I'm in tryhard mode now. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, so that's 82 damage. Oh, don't you do it. Don't you do it. Okay, thank goodness.
Baba is a weird name.
Baba is a weird name. So Baba just decided to counter and high roll his damage. In theory, he can do 28. It is so astronomically unlikely that I usually just heal at 27. But I almost got punished there. Oh, and he can just slam. Well, that's even rarer, but that's fine. It's all good. This guy is being a little meaner than usual.
Yeah, seriously. To kind of explain what's going on, we are having a solo fight against Baba. Baba has about 160 health, and the idea here is we want to fight Baba in such a way that we end the fight in an optimal way. We end the fight with low health. For safety purposes, if you don't want to go fast, you would just kill this fight, and then you just death warp slowly after. But since we are going to be doing this fight fast, Charles is going to try and go for killing the fight while calculating the health in order to assess when to be risky to get his health low.
Yeah. Okay, so that stamina drop is interesting.
Nice.
Take my clothes off again. Yeah, nice. So the thing is we get inventory locked in a big way a bit later in the run. Like, if I want to hold on to that stamina, I just have to, like, not have something else. But if I do hold on to it, it will let me cook an extra wise ball later in the game.
Okay. So with Baba has the ability to counterattack your attacks. So it gets really scary when you dip under 28 HP because he can just hit you twice in one turn. Even though we outspeed him, he can hit you twice and make things a little bit scary. But thankfully, we got the fight. We were reasonably low that we could end the fight in a single turn. Everything's okay. So now we're back in Corsair. We have proven to Rand that because we have Baba's axe, we are therefore Baba.
Yep, we just committed an identity theft.
Yep.
I'm kind of terrified because this is the best early game I've had in a long time.
You got this. Just treat it like any other run.
There's so much RNG in this game that, like, being on a good pace this early really doesn't mean much.
Yeah.
Anyway, Director of Human Resources.
So now the director is giving us an interview while fighting us to see if we are worthy to be contestants in the Coliseum. Nice miss, idiot. I'm almost convinced that he lost his job when he let August die from us. That he became a Dodai in Breath of Fire 3.
That Coliseum fight in Breath of Fire 3 is so cool.
The Dodai one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Ambi made it. Morning, Ambi.
Nice. Is he joining us in the Discord right now?
Oh no, they're just in chat. I'm saying hi to people as they show up in chat.
Oh, I thought you said Andy. Sorry.
No, Ambi. Understandable error. So the real final boss of the game is coming up.
Correct.
Cat is maybe not the hardest boss, but probably the one that ends the most runs.
When I was saying that this section is a nightmare, Cat is the pivotal checkpoint that ends the nightmarish section of the run.
Yeah, if you make it past Cat, you're golden.
Yeah. The nightmarish section of the run, where a lot of your runs are very likely to be ended, starts when you drop off Trash Can Bow at the broken down house, and ends right after this boss fight. The reason Cat is very scary of a boss fight is it's very similar to Baba, with the caveat that she, instead of countering, will slam you, and she outspeeds you, and if she does 2 slams in a row for really high damage, you have no chance of survival.
Yeah, you have 55 HP at this point, and her slams can high roll for 32. And you may notice that 32 times 2 is significantly greater than 55, and she's faster than you. So there is no safe strat for this fight. I think to achieve safety, you'd have to grind 1 or maybe 2 extra levels and do an extra fish to fish up better armor. And that would all be horrifically slow. And did I heal? I did not heal! Look at me remembering things. Oh, that was close. Oh. I have definitely walked into this fight without healing before, and it's kind of terrifying when the fight loads in. It's like, oh, I'm at 10 HP. Mercy?
This is all refresher courses for me for when I come back to learning this.
Alright. So Cat has
it's at
220 health. 34.
It is at this point that we realize this is not the thief we are looking for. So one last thing I didn't mention so far that happens in this fight is Cat will taunt us. If the taunt lands, then essentially it's like a turn that is wasted because it lowers our damage to 1 or 2 damage. However, it is also a safe turn. So if we are trying to push damage on her and she does taunt us, you know, if it doesn't land, it's good for us. We still get damage and we don't have that repercussion of potentially dying. But here, we have a slam from Cat. It hit for 18. You know, moderate roll, but it can hit as high as 32, as Charles said, and we can be in a very scary place if she just is very aggressive towards us. Baba is a real name, says Soka. No, it is a weird name. Baba is a chump.
I think we're safe now. She should have 2 hits left, if I counted right. This has actually just been a kind of a dream fight.
I saw that she taunted you and it missed when you got some damage in.
We got a couple missed taunts. We also dodged 2 of her crits, which is huge.
Yeah.
Yep, alright. A live run.
Slam for 2 makes me laugh.
I know, it's so funny. Okay, well,
Alright.
that is the best early game I have had since I came back to running BOF 2. Huh.
Yep. So, now that we've defeated Cat, we have found out that the owner of this Coliseum, by the name of August, right before we had this fight, he told us that he set up an entire scenario to go down in this fight. So he was saying that he believed in us and that as long as we made the fight look good, it didn't matter if we were going to win or lose. He was going to shoot a poison needle at Cat and make sure that it looks like we win. Ryu did not like, or RRLAT did not like this, and told Rand the story, and Rand decided to go pick up some antidotes for us. Well, now we just had the fight with Cat. It didn't even matter because August decided, screw it, we're shooting whoever. Everyone can get shot with poison arrows, and doesn't matter, the crowd will love it. And so we basically saved Cat from it, and because we had antidotes, we survived. So now we are going to take the fight to August because that was some messed up crap.
Okay, I'm gonna damage count this. Don't mind me.
Okay, I will keep quiet.
Oh, you can chat, just, I may not answer.
That's fine. It's more for concentration. Mathing during running is hard. And for chat, I will say things after the fight about how the fight goes.
Woohoo! 1 HP is all you need. Good job, Cat. That was incredible. Good fight. Yeah, that's a gold split.
Nice. Nice. So August is not that much of a pain in the booty like the other two fights, but August has 2 different moves. He can attack twice, or he can charge a really big attack. And for the most part, that will kill Cat off. I think Ryu can survive it at full health.
He can, but he can also die to it. It's a damage roll.
Got it. And for the most part, the way that you just want to approach this is... actually, I've seen a couple of ways you can approach this, but I think from what I saw Charles do is he has Cat and Ryu do most of the damage because they hit the hardest. Rand is mostly going to support. If nothing is... if there's no support needed, he will provide damage, but otherwise, he will throw a life PL on whoever is going to die that turn, likely, or is already dead. And this way, Ryu and RRLAT and Cat can do all the massive damage that they need.
Yeah, what you saw me do there was the aggro strat, where I have Rand attack unless Ryu is at low health, and then I have him throw a life PL at Ryu. It's not exactly a safe strat, it's just like the more consistent strat is to have Rand just throw that life PL at Ryu even when Ryu is at full health, because Ryu can get one shot at any time. Mm-hmm. I think Andy plays it that way, but I prefer the aggro strat because I just have faith in my RNG. And, like, Rand doesn't do a huge amount of damage, it's more that the life PL animation is very slow.
Fair. Right, and that's why I saw you. You did aggro when not necessary. Like to throw a heal because everyone was like near full. Now that we have left, Rand is at the front of the party right now. We rolled all the way here, so Rand has an overworld ability, as all characters do in this game, where he can turn himself into a ball and roll really fast around the world. And he will roll until he runs into something. And at the point that he does, or up until the point that he does run into something, he does not get into any random encounters, and so you can cover a lot of distance with him. The issue is that you need to be really good with your movement in order to make tight turns and such, so that you
there's
don't
no stopping. The Rand train has no brakes.
The only break is the collision.
Yeah.
And when you collide, you have... did you tell me it was 50%?
Yeah, it's 50-50.
You have a 50% chance? So you have a 50-50 chance of getting an encounter once you do collide into something.
I know the August fight is now 5 minutes ago, but just 2 more things that did not come up. He does actually have a third action. He can cast Cure 1, which is a very annoying waste of time. Fortunately, it's a relatively low probability for it to happen, but it is technically on his moveset. And the
I think I have seen it
fun
once.
one is, strictly speaking, it's not that he can either double attack or charge attack. What it is he just has 2 actions. And he has a physical attack and he has a charge action. If he uses the charge with his first action, then he'll always attack with his second one and he'll get the big hit. But he can charge on his second action as well. And that's the bad one. Because if he charges on his second action, then the following turn he will take 2 physical swings and they will both be the boosted damage.
Ooh, what's the probability of that?
Fairly low. I think I probably see him do it in about half my fights. But it's not so bad in any percent. It's mostly just annoying because he can bop Ryu and then bop Cat in the same turn and then you waste time reviving them. But it's potentially murderous and glitchless because you don't have any revives at that point.
Yeah. Alright, plot elements. So we used Rand, we told Rand that we have an opportunity for him. Rand was a builder for the Colosseum. So, since we knew of a rundown hovel that Bo is hiding in, and Bo with limited experience of building, we figure, hey, we know something that we can do with Rand, and we have gone to the hovel, dropped Rand off to do work for us, which he has willingly agreed because, he sees our character and he sees what kind of morals we have, and and is willing to help us. At the same time, we have been told that we need to look for clues on how we can find this thief. I believe that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
And so by going back to hometown, we found that some people are up to no good at the magic school, and upon learning what the no-goodery is, we found that Nina's sister, Mina, with an M, has been kidnapped and is now held ransom in order to goad Nina, with an N, to come to their lair. And so the magic school headmaster has asked us to assist with this situation. And now we are on our way to the Joker Gang's hideout in order to save both Mina with an M and Nina with an N.
I do kind of like how this section of the game is go find the strange-looking woman. So you go to Corsair, and they're like, yeah, there's a strange-looking woman here. And you find her, it's no. A strange-looking woman with wings. But okay, I'll take the new BFF. And it's okay, well, there's one in hometown. And you go back to hometown, and it's Nina. It's no, it's a strange-looking woman with bat wings. But I'll take the new BFF.
Even better, Renu, there is their mom, Hina, with an H.
Yep. That is correct.
But it ends there because then you have their dad named King.
Isn't that the dog in Earthbound?
I think you name your dog.
You do, but I think the default name is King.
That is so funny. I don't think I've named him. Or, I mean, I think I've named him. I don't think I've used the default name.
Alright, little puzzle. What's the boss's nephew's name? It is not Toilet.
Pain.
So we did the little shoulder shuffle to get Ryu in the lead because there's a spider in this hole, and Ryu's hand gets bit. Which is better than Cat's hand getting bit. We must protect the cat.
I actually wonder, Ambi, if people actually know of Hometown's existence. It's kind of like in the middle of BFE, and you know, I would think that no one really would go there. It's not like it's near Kingdom. There's not like a lot of things that really stand out about it. Other than the Rangers, I guess.
This has been a really good fight. The damage got split evenly between Ryu and Cat, so I didn't have to heal.
Nice.
Alright. No fight, please. Whew. Okay, that's one room. No fight, please. Okay, good fight, please. Lead off, not a bad fight. Oh, it's the bad fight without a lead off. God damn it. Okay, minus a minute or two. So this fight sucks. These are the first enemies in the game that have the spirit element. Breath of Fire 2 has a relatively rudimentary element system, like the fiery enemies are weak to ice damage, etc., etc. But spirit element enemies are resistant to everything except holy, from which they take double damage. And I currently have no sources of holy damage, so this fight is very slow. And it's even slower because they also use power down on you. Just to be a real jerk about it. You can see Ryu is doing 4 damage a hit. It is quite painful. Fortunately, they didn't power down Cat at least, and Cat's rolled a crit, so it's better than it could have been, but yeah, this is not what you want to see when you roll in here.
Is it better to finish this fight than attempt to run away?
Yeah, because you have the minimum run chance. And like
Okay.
you fail a run and then they'll both cast power down, and like 30 seconds later you get to fail another run. It's bad. Like, it's dire either way, but I think on average fighting is faster.
Okay.
But yeah, like, you can just YOLO run and hope for the best. If you're lucky, it is faster that way. But they're very fast.
I guess my other question is, I thought that there's also a 5 enemy encounter in here.
There is, but they're the little wimp worms, so at least they die quick.
Okay.
I haven't actually sat down and timed it, like, on average which fight is slower, but
But both are just equally
they're
bad.
both awful. In the worst case, definitely the wisps are the slower if you get bad RNG, because they can just waste an ungodly amount of time chain casting power down. The animation is long and slow. So if they do that and you don't get any crits, then you are genuinely plinking them to death 4 damage at a time.
Yikes.
The 5 leech fight is bad, but it's not quite that bad. Anyway, we're done with them now. Like, in theory, we can get those fights on the way out, but with Nina in the party, they're way faster.
Yeah, because you have the glitch weapon,
Yeah.
which does holy damage, right?
It does. Also, it just smacks them real hard.
Nice.
You're about to see some real numbers for the first time. Alright. So, way earlier in Mount Fubi, we picked up this fire rock, affectionately named the Bandit Backscratcher, because otherwise this fight is miserable. You'd think, like, okay, well, it's 4 of the hoods, and, like, it takes 3 attacks to kill a hood, so maybe it's not that bad, but no, it is that bad, because at the end of every turn, I think it's a 75% chance for them to summon another hood. Like, they summon reinforcements almost as fast as you can kill them. So unless you get lucky with some counters and or crits, that fight will just drag on forever. Okay, I need to equip Nina with a piece of gear, it does not matter which, because until you cause her inventory to update its pointers, the glitch won't have actually activated. But now, this is the glitched weapon in action. She does big damage. We really hope for her to— yes! Nina found a crit! Nina never crits! Nina has a very low base crit rate, so you always want to see crits, but you never actually expect to see crits. But today, I am blessed.
Oh, and it was on the first hit, too.
Yep. So, an interesting mechanic in Breath of Fire 2 is any individual character only rolls to crit once in a turn. Once they have crit, any other physical hit for the duration of the turn will also be a crit. He is being kind of a jerk with the poison chops, but it's fine. Okay. Next turn he dies. Oh, did you just kill Cat with this? That was rude. Nope, Cat lives. Excellent.
Oh, she did another crit.
Yeah, the second crit didn't have too much of an impact. It only saved like the animation of Nina's second attack on that last turn, but that's a 3-second time save.
Yeah. And that's— so you saved 3 seconds on that split?
Well, I mean,
I was wondering because— you're talking about the animation.
Yeah, just the animation time. I just realized, like, I was looking at my splits, and, like, I feel like I shouldn't be as far ahead as I am, and I'm not. I just realized I pulled up my glitchless splits. So I am 7 minutes ahead of my glitchless splits, which is not a surprise. I actually have no idea what kind of pace I'm on then, that's funny. So the stream timer is fake by 10 minutes because I restarted the run. Oops, I forgot to smoke. Antidote. Heal. Smoke. No fights. So, my splits are wrong, and the stream timer is wrong. So basically time is fake. But I didn't get any encounters on the way out of the basement, that's good. There's no fights in the upper floor of the Joker hideout, so you just need to make it through those 2 basement rooms.
Nice. I guess I can try and give you comparison of whatever your RTA is compared to what your current PB is.
Yeah, sure. Pull up my PB and see what my Joker kill was. This was an hour 2? I mean, I know that's good. I just don't know how good it is.
Your PB is hour, minute, and 52 seconds. Or sorry, hour, 0 minute, 52 seconds.
All right, so I'm only a minute behind my PB. That's pretty good.
Which makes sense given the fight you had in there.
Yeah, that's basically it. That the Will-O-Wisp was a 1 minute time loss.
Alrighty, so quick plot update. We saved Nina with an M, or sorry, Nina with an N, and Mina with an M, and now Nina with an N wants to take her sister home. And we have learned that both of them are princesses of Windia. So now we're going to Windia in order to drop off Princess M.
I'm gonna have to remember to not save the splits file when I'm done, otherwise my glitchless splits are gonna be all messed up.
Yeah.
Oops. I mean, I could
You'll have to, like,
manually re-enter them,
retime.
but it's fine.
Yeah.
I guess "it's fine" is just gonna be the tagline for the day.
Devil Kid, give us a gold.
Yeah, there is a small but non-zero chance for the Devil Kid enemy to randomly drop a gold, and it is a tremendous time save when that happens. We need to go fishing 3 times during the run. One of them is just for a treasure chest. You don't need a gold for that. Any fishing bait will do, but the other 2 times we're trying to fish up a shopkeep. For that you need the gold, so we need 2 golds throughout the run. We got 1 in the forest. The second one, either we get it as a random drop if we're lucky, or we have to go 2.5 minutes out of our way if we're unlucky. And you don't know which it is until about 2.5 hours into the run. So just halfway through the run, you roll the dice, and most of the time you just lose 2.5 minutes for fun. That's real cool. Really, everybody should speedrun this game. Everything is great.
Oh man.
Are you not looking forward to doing full game runs?
I am. I don't think I would be as competitive as trying to make like a top. How do I even put it? I don't think I would want to be at the level of like where you and MCon are on the leaderboard. I think that would be too stressful for me.
The funny thing is, where me and MCon are on the leaderboard is honestly not even that good. Like, the world records in this game are not remotely optimized, which is understandable because there's just so much RNG in the run. But, I mean, world record is 6:15, and a human RTA run could very achievably get sub 6:10. And it's just nobody has grinded the game hard enough yet.
I thought you were going to say a sub 6, and I was about to
Okay, a sub 6 is maybe a little bit optimistic. Like, it is technically possible with the human RTA route, but, like, you would need every single thing to go right. But, like, the sub 6:10 is actually, like, reasonably humanly achievable. Like, if somebody wanted to sit down and just grind out runs 8 hours a day, they'd get it in less than a month easy.
Okay, fair.
Whereas, like, a sub 6 RTA time, you could grind that for your life and never get it. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick sec to make sure that I know what I'm supposed to do for the Windia shop.
Okay. Plot update. We have dropped off Mina, Princess M, to the castle, and we have found out that for some reason Princess N has been disowned for some reason. No one seems to know that she is a princess, and they've kicked us out of the castle, told us to go home. And now we have found this monkey person who apparently is a very horny monkey and wants to woo both Nina and Kat, and has gotten rid of Ryu, or RRLAT in this case, by burying him underground. We have seen through the ruse as Ryu poked his head up, and now as a result, Sten, who is the monkey, has found some sort of new form of honor and wants to follow us to the ends of the world. He wants to serve us, is what the line actually just said.
New BFF, it's cool. Okay, so first I have to glitch on Ryu, which means I need the inventory cursor over my urchin. Switch, longsword, Ryu, these. Okay. Now switch the longsword, 3 chainmails, holy robe, 3 glass rings, 2 bronze shields. Now I need to swap Ryu and Nina. And this is the glitch that I have to do without turbo, so this might take me a few tries. Back to the urchin. Switch, longsword. Oh no, got it. Second try. Okay. So what is going on there is once you have got the game into the glitched state, if the very next input you do is left-right on the cursor, you can change the stack size of the urchin that you're using to glitch with. which means you can get... Hang on, I just have to do some equipping. That's all good. You can get glitched weapons other than the Moondrop, which corresponds to a stack size of 6. We mostly just want the Moondrops, they are the best, but we want a single vanilla extract, which is a stack size of 4. The reason for that is that you can use your glitched weapons as their original items, and it doesn't consume them, which is fantastic. So in addition to having these overpowered double-hit holy weapons, I also just have an unlimited Moondrop, which is a full party heal, removes status effects, and revives dead people. The only problem is that it also removes positive stat effects. And later in the game, I'm going to be making heavy use of the attack up buff, so I want a glitched weapon that I can use as a full party heal that will not remove my attack up buff. The vanilla extract qualifies. So we perform that one glitch. But the catch is if you can perform the glitch either by pressing A then B on 2 subsequent frames, or just by holding Turbo A and just hammer on B until it works. That's the lazy way of doing it. The problem is you can't change the stack size that way, because the moment you successfully enter the glitch state, you'll get more A inputs, and then you'll have missed your chance to alter the stack size. So you have to do that one manually, which on a keyboard, like trying to hit 2 keyboard keys a 60th of a second apart is fiddly. Evidently I can do it, but it is fiddly. It's significantly less annoying if you play on a regular controller. This is the price I pay for my keyboard strats. Okay, surely that will get me to Kappa 10 without another random encounter. Yeah? Works every time. Okay, I did take a few hits, so I'm just gonna quickly heal.
So now we are approaching the end of what would be Turtlebop percent, or in leaderboard terms, Terrapin.
Yeah, we have a short game category for, basically it's the equivalent to Boogie percent and Kefka at Narsh and Paladin, and just for people who want to play a bit of competitive Breath of Fire 2, but also decidedly don't want to do an entire 7-hour speedrun. And the world record for Terrapin is about an hour 12, and I think like an average good time is about an hour 20. So if you feel like you can play speed Breath of Fire 2 in like an hour and a half increments, you are welcome to join us on the Terrapin percent leaderboard. I think Breath of Fire's 1 and 2 collectively as a whole are probably the most active now that they've been since, I think, 2017 or 2018. It's actually very exciting. We've got a bunch of new runners. Admittedly, half of the new runners are actually just old runners picking up new games, so like Blink picking up BoF 2, me picking up BoF 1, Rubbles picking up BoF 1 and 2, Throg's done some BoF 2 stuff. Shogun and Andy are still around. Oh, let me off the island. Thank you. So yeah, we have to ride turtles around in here. It can be a little slow, but it's not a big problem. Sten, do you want to crit? This fight goes really fast if Sten crits, but Sten does not always crit.
Sten's kind of sad. He's just sitting on the floor.
Yeah.
BoF 1 is not too bad to pick up as far as the speedrun goes. It's much more engaging since we're... Well, I shouldn't say it's much more engaging. It's a lot less engaging because you're not dealing with random encounters at all.
Yeah, it's
in
interesting
BoF 1,
how the two games test like completely different skill sets. Breath of Fire 1 is much more of like an execution menuing skill check, and Breath of Fire 2 is much more a knowledge check.
Agreed.
Okay, I'm
with
gonna
Breath of
damage
Fire
count.
Okay.
You can yap. You won't distract me.
For Breath of Fire 1, an item exists that you can get in the first town called Marble 3. and by using it, you will not get an encounter for, I think you said it was 100, but I've also heard the number 128 floated.
Oh, you could be right.
For 128 tiles of movement. And the whole idea of the run, you just chain them in such a way that's effective to just not get encounters and minimize using the item. Then the entire skill set of the game becomes how well you can menu quickly, like Charles said, as well as how well you can execute in a boss fight and handle the RNG however it comes. I will definitely say Breath of Fire 2 is very technical. There's a lot of things that are done in the entire route.
What is this? This is actually the best Terrapin I've ever seen. We just legitimately did the entire Terrapin fight off a single auto battle. That's insane.
It's already over?
Yeah. He never
What's
used
the timer?
1:16:40.
Okay. Your Terrapin split is 1:16:17 on PB.
Yeah, so we made more than half the time we were missing back. Good lord. So half the time he will use an AoE attack that hits your entire party for over half their health bar, and then you just have to heal. But he didn't use it ever. He only ever did the brainwave, and he only ever did it on Ryu, who does not do enough damage to have to heal it. If he brainwaves Sten or Nina, then they'll attack your own party with their glitched weapon super damage, and then you have to heal that. So like that was basically the one and only one Terrapin fight that does not require me to do any healing or menuing or anything. That's remarkable.
The funny thing too is he also only hit himself, who's also the most beefy character.
Yeah, that was, like, other than my party not critting very much, that was basically the task strat. Which, I mean,
Same.
The only downside, I guess, is that it hasn't helped me set up a death warp very much. Okay. No, I don't actually need to mess with equipment. The glitched weapons are strong enough. Alright, give me a fight, please. Breath of Fire 2 encounter rate. Fight. Game. Healer? There we go.
Oh, death warps are always fun. So for anyone who didn't hear it before, death warps are essentially our way of being able to cheese moving like most of the way through dungeons and world map by killing our party and abusing the game over mechanic that forces us to the last place that we saved. In this case, that would be the broken down hovel that we had just dropped Bo and Randolph at.
Death warping in Breath of Fire 2 is a lot nicer than in Breath of Fire 1, because in Breath of Fire 1, you can't attack your own party members. In Breath of Fire 2, you can, and not only can you, but you get to do it with the glitched weapon, so it's actually quite efficient. Or at least it will be efficient if they target Ryu. Game, come on. Game, why are you like this?
Oh, that's special.
Yeah, it's because, oh my Ryu, why did you dodge? Okay, at least he hit for 10. Oh my goodness, the gut save. Ryu, why are you like this? Stop dodging, stay down. Oh my goodness, you. Okay, there we go. That was a struggle, holy moly. That's exactly how we drew it up.
Yikes.
Alright, it's fine.
So we are leaving and re-entering this place because of a flag activation. For some reason, the death warp doesn't allow that the township to be and in the completed state, which it should be. So we have to just exit and re-enter, and it will be in its correct state where Bo and Rand have completed fixing the main building.
So we just skipped an entire little minigame where you can go through the well and beat up bugs that have mind-controlled villagers and save the villagers, and then this guy will give you a cool spell if you do it. And if you don't do it, instead he gives you a cooler spell, which is kind of funny.
That's so funny. I think it's intended to be a downgrade, but it's more
not.
useful for you here.
Yeah. So you can get the renew spell if you do the minigame, but the renew spell is actually not great. Like, it is a revive, but it's an unreliable revive. It costs a fair bit of mana that most of the characters with mana learn anyway. You might as well just take Cure 2 and give it to Nita. It's a lot more useful. Now, in the 90% speedrun, it doesn't matter what you get or who you give it to, because you have unlimited healing items.
Yeah, that's true. And now, okay, so this is the part where I'm less familiar with the run, but we have Rand back in the party now, and we are going to use his roll ability to the most efficient way possible. Moving around the map with no encounters and 50%. And 50% chances of even just getting an encounter when he does ride into a wall.
Woohoo. That was close. Okay, good
enough. So we are making a quick stop at Corsair. This is going to give us...
glitch weapon on cat.
Exactly, a glitch weapon on cat.
There it is, my urchin. There it is.
And this is, if you were here earlier, this is the scary thing that we were talking about, because if the glitch weapon points and gives you a mirror, the run is hosed.
Yeah, we're going way too fast to get the mirror. We're good.
I, unfortunately... Well, maybe I might be okay. I think I've done Trubo percent once, and I didn't have that issue, but I didn't even know that that could be an issue. So I gotta learn how to be fast.
Yeah. Okay, we did get a fight. That is alright.
So we got this fight here, but the reason that we're here and not at the Windia Gate, because we can't actually get in through that way anymore since Princess M is not with us anymore. Sten has an overworld ability where he can stretch his arm out and pull the whole party across little caverns as long as there are 2 poles across... sorry, I said caverns, but chasms is what I meant. Across across a chasm. As long as there's 2 poles on either end that he can just use to pull himself across.
I do not want to admit how long it took me as a kid to figure that out. I was stuck here for ages.
I did not know either, because the way that the game says it is, oh, just have a Highlander pull you across where the cliffs are narrow.
But it has not yet explained what a Highlander is.
Yeah, so in real world terms, we just think of Sten is the monkey. But in this game, Sten is of a race that is called the Highlander. We don't know why, yet, but that is the case. Maybe it's in the manual, but who reads those things anyway? Let me double check the chat. Let me pick it up.
Yeah.
Tat strat, none into... Okay. Music's so good. I love the Mount Fubi music. It's like the best the best theme of the game.
Good morning, campers.
Hey, Pax made it!
Morning.
I slept through my alarm. I meant to be here from the start.
No worries. Well, quick summary of what you missed. I totally botched the money glitch in Hometown and just reset the entire run, so the timer's kind of off by 10 minutes. Don't worry about it, it's fine. But after that, this is actually on pace with my PB. We've had a really good early game.
Excellent.
Hello, Ready Set.
We got new
I'm
people
reading
in chat.
everyone's...
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, everybody. I'm trying to catch up on the chats.
Yeah.
Nice to hear that Breath of Fire 1 is your favorite, as I am a Breath of Fire 1 speedrunner. My name is iBlink22. So it's always nice to hear someone mentioning good things about Breath of Fire 1. And then as far as Ambi, that is totally true and totally fair. Breath of Fire 1 does have very outdated and somewhat busted mechanics in it, but I would argue that some of the mechanics in Breath of Fire 2 can also be somewhat busted.
Oh, absolutely. Breath of Fire 2 is very jank.
Yeah, this game is held together by silly string.
Yeah. Well, the impressive thing is that it's not a very buggy game. Other than the one shopping glitch, which you can only ever do on purpose, you can't do it by accident. The game is very glitch-free, but nothing works as intended. It's not obvious to the player that it's not working as intended because it does still work. But things like the bugged lead-off chance, the way the Holy Scarf item works, like half the boss scripts in the game do not quite work the way they were meant to. It's very funny.
As far as the translations for 1, I'd say the translations for 1 are fine, but they read kind of clunky. They don't read in a way that if English is your first language, it kind of reads as a little bit off, but not incorrect. So you're not in a situation where you're like it tells you erroneous information or just kind of leaves things hanging. And I only found one typo in that game. And that just happens kind of near the end.
Yeah, for me, Breath of Fire 1 is a very, like, it's an old school RPG. You know what you're signing up for. So, like, the outdated mechanics, the kind of not really their plot, etc. It's all cool. It's fine. Like, if you're into the genre, those things will not stop you enjoying the game. The one thing that grinds my gears a little bit playing Breath of Fire 1 is just how clunky the menus are.
Yeah,
After
that
playing
might be
Breath
the
of Fire
one thing.
2, where the menus are really snappy, playing Breath of Fire 1 feels like playing a game in a vat of molasses.
I think that the back party mechanic of 1 is so unique
It
that
is. I agree. It's very cool.
yeah, like it reminds me of FF10, which I only just played recently for the first time. And that was like the first game that I played that had that type of mechanic. So it's very interesting that that Breath of Fire 1 might have been the first game to do that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Nina was supposed to be targeting herself. Whoops. Am I punished? Oh, I am so punished. Okay. Well, second Death Lord fight. Yeah, that was just a misinput on my part.
No worries. So plot update. We did save the town from the town's children from being continuously abducted by a turtle. And we now have met a person of the main church of the religion of this world, and he offered us a healing spell for our efforts of saving the town, quote unquote. We have made it back to that town after fixing everything. And when making it back to the town, a weird lady had led us to her hovel, which we have accidentally burned down, and as recompense, they wanted us to build them a house in our township. So now we are back in the Turtle Bop town, and we are looking for a carpenter. And so we select this carpenter to build us a town.
And Niso is absolutely correct. We did not save everyone because not saving people is far faster.
Conveniently,
Yeah.
the one carpenter that is always available, regardless of how many villagers you save, is also the one we want anyway. By far the most useful. Morning, Frosty.
Yeah, it's actually like, again, in terms of like ways in which the Breath of Fire games are kind of ahead of their time, I find it really cool that there is a sort of a quote unquote like player housing style build your own town kind of feature in this game, where all throughout the game there are recruitable people that you can bring to the town, but you can only bring certain people for certain areas of your town, so you actually have to kind of pick and choose, and some of them are dead useless and some of them are great, and the overall style of your town is dictated by which of the 3 people you grab at this point in the game, but that decision is dictated by how many people you save down in the well. And if you do what happens in the speedrun and barely save anyone, you actually don't have a choice, and you actually just have to take the sort of the basic town. But actually, in terms of the speedrun, it's the one you want anyways. But still, it's a very like a surprisingly well fleshed out mechanic for a game that's this old.
My headcanon is that after retiring from JRPG protagonistry, Ryu just takes over as the administrator of his social housing initiative.
You know, that is after Dad % happens.
So here's a fun little RNG check. We have to take fights to get into this tower. And it can be 2 fights, and it can be more than 2 fights. But I mean, this is a good run, so surely we'll get it in 2 fights, right?
So another quick story update. We have now been able to cross the water. We sent the carpenter back to our township. And
2 times.
after crossing the water, we have found a frog in the forest who turns out to have been turned into a giant frog by the witch of the tower.
So we're here to fix
He apparently had a crush on the witch, and because of that, she cursed him for some reason. And now we are here to undo the curse because we are good Samaritans.
When we meet Nemifu, like you will not blame Jean. We should all have crushes on Nemifu.
I'm still waiting for the Nimifu can join your character ROM hack of this game.
As you can see, and as you have probably been witnessing for a minute now, Cat has also been blessed with a glitched weapon, which is particularly fantastic because Cat is both very fast and has a reasonably high strength stat. So Cat is going to absolutely demolish some of these encounters.
And her attack animation's really fast compared to Nina.
Yeah, I think, if I'm remembering right, I think Cat, or maybe it's Rand. Cat and Rand together have the fastest attack animations. I know that because it was relevant in the TAS. I'm a little embarrassed to admit how much I know about this game because it was relevant in the TAS. Another thing that I find very funny about Breath of Fire 2, or at least about any %, is just because of the way the game is, Cat, the person who literally has no magic at all, is also the best healer. Because the healing items in this game just far outpace your actual healing spells in effectiveness, and so the best healer is just the fastest party member who can get the items off the quickest, and that's Cat.
Those monopeds are such a unique enemy. I don't think that they exist in 1. These mummies do. They're the mage, right?
Yes. Useful info about the monopeds. If you play glitchless, the monopeds are weak to ice. In fact, they will die to a single cast of cold from Nina reliably. So in glitchless, if you fight 2 monopeds, you actually just cold with Nina and defend with the squad. This is tech that is not relevant in any % because we have glitched weapons.
So as we are climbing Nimifu's tower, we have found that there are a bunch of human-like statues. It turns out that if you talk to the person at the very... Oh.
It's fine. We have revives. He's just going to take a quick dirt nap.
If you take a second to talk to the kid at the bottom who is actually living, you will immediately see that he gets turned to stone. And so the witch Nimifu has a kind of a way of stoning people in a literal sense by turning them to stone.
There's a lead off. We were getting some fairly slow encounters, so I think we're losing a bit of time on this split, but it's fine, it's still good. You can't always save time. This game has just so much encounter RNG. Is the Buster Sword worth using? Yes. In fact, I think we do use it in the run for quite a while until we get the Empire Sword. Oh, the 5 flies again. Gross.
What does Curse do in this game?
It sets your condition stats to minimum, which generally reduces your odds of getting dodges and crits encounters and such.
Okay.
It does do something. That I know that was debated for a long time. Does it even do anything? And yes, it does. It's just very invisible to the player.
Can that affect your glitch?
Yeah, so fortunately we're past the point where that's relevant, but it could. Alright, final floor. We're almost there. These Cnates can be a little spooky in Glitchless because they have this double attack that you'll see him do right there. And they're quite tanky, and they're quite strong, but it's any percent. Nothing scary at any percent.
Has the BoF 2 community come to a consensus of what egg better is?
No, and we never will. It's one of those unknowable things. Yeah, this game definitely has some translations, and egg better is definitely one of them. Lokadwin, over Soul Sword? Yes. Wisdom is almost a non-stat in this game. It does very little. Wisdom will very slightly increase your magic defense, and it will very slightly reduce your odds of being hit by status effects, if I'm remembering right, but it's a trivial effect. You just want the sword with the bigger number. Although if you're playing casually, it is worth hanging on to the Soul Sword, because the Soul Sword is wholly elemental, and that is occasionally relevant. Okay. Rand, locate a crit. Speed this up a bit. No?
So,
Alright.
yeah, so for everyone watching, the fight that we are in the process of blasting through right now is Nimifu the Witch, who can be pretty much completely free, or can just outright kill you.
In this case, she was free.
Yeah, there's basically 3 main things that she can do. She can bonk you with the stick, shoot you with lightning, or put you to sleep. And the putting you to sleep thing is potentially really problematic, because if she puts your whole party to sleep, which is possible, and then hits you with the lightning attacks, the lightning attacks won't wake you up. So if she goes for a long stretch without actually using her bonk with a stick attack, she can just kill you.
Yep. Ask me how many runs I've lost that way. It's more than 0. Fortunately, in any percent, she dies so fast that the odds of that actually happening are pretty low.
Yeah, she really just has to get the really lucky sleep roll
the
right out
four-man
the
sleep.
gate and put the whole party to sleep.
And
Sounds miserable.
because it's any percent, if any of your characters with moondrops either stay awake or wake up, they can just use their moondrop, which not only fully heals the party, it also removes sleep from all of them. So technically, yes, could kill you, but realistically, like, it'll only happen if you really deserve it.
Yeah, any percent is the any percent Nimifu fight is way safer than glitchless.
That kind of just like gave me flashbacks to my FF7 days, Charles. Because Heligunner on the elevator fight, once he comes down, he has a move, like one of his shots can put a character to sleep, and it just slows the fight down. I've seen someone get a fight where he put 2 people to sleep, and the following turn, he prepped to do his AoE shot that hits the whole party. And normally, any physical damage wakes up the person. And when he did his 3-hit shot on the party, he missed both people that were asleep.
Oh, nice.
Oh no.
So are we going to discuss the fact that we cured Jean of his giant frog curse so he could return to being a normal-sized frog?
It is such a fun gag that the prince who was turned into a frog is just a frog normally.
The best.
I give them credit. The writers of BoF 2 had some really brilliant ideas.
Yeah.
So I always thought it was like an interesting decision just how missable this is.
Honestly, I agree.
Let's hide the main character's most iconic powers
Yeah.
behind a very extremely missable waterfall.
Alright, now we can turn into a big boy dragon.
Well, I mean, I know it's been a long time since I played Breath of Fire 1, but I always felt like again, having only really played that casually as a kid, I always found some of the dragon temples where you get the powers in that game kind of out of the way and hard to find.
The first one is the most unmissable one.
Yeah, you have to like walk right past it for plot.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a couple minutes of plot here. If chat has been sitting on any burning questions for the runner but didn't want to distract me, now is a great time.
You can also ask us questions.
Also, yeah, I do have commentators.
I will say that the first one being unmissable, the second one you do get to see where it is, and it does look the same as the first one. That you can kind of piece together how to get to it. Yeah. I only just recently played it for the first time, like almost 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago. But yeah, I agree that the Rudra and Agni dragon form shrines are totally missable.
Sumio Santana has a good point. Everybody roll call. I'm Charles. I'm the runner. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. I'm Pax. I'm the runner's brother.
And I am iBlink22. I am the runner's friend, and I run Breath of Fire 1. So you are Charles's brother.
Yes.
You're the one with the infamous 12 roach getup.
Yes, so let me add some context to that. I am the runner's brother, and I am not a speedrunner of this game, but I am intimately familiar with the game because I have been playing it since I was a child, and also I have just been around for Charles's entire sort of speedrunning career. So I'm familiar with the speedruns and all the tech and stuff like that. I attempted to run this game a couple of times, and the last time I did so, fighting that roach boss right at the start of the game, that when you drain its health bar, it can get back up. I fought it, and it got back up 12 times, putting me about 5 minutes behind on the second boss. No one lets me live that one down.
Blink, there's a question in chat for you about regulations for BOF 1. Why don't you answer
Yes.
and or even just dig up a link to the community Discord for them?
Two things. I will submit this. I hope that it doesn't insta-ban me for dropping this.
I'm pretty sure links are good. Yeah, you're good.
So I dropped that, and the rules are on there. Essentially, to summarize what the rules are, timing begins the moment that you start the new game file. So when you hit new game, you can set up your file such that you name your person and you set up all your settings. Timing starts the moment that you select that file after you've set everything up.
I think the
Timing-
allowable emulators are just the standard for most Super Nintendo communities. SNES 9X is fine, BizHawk is fine. I think it's basically anything but ZSNES.
Yeah, anything but ZSNES is fine. You can use BSNES. BSNES is acceptable as well. So the run is you basically run through the game and you have to get the secret ending with Agni. That is the way that you are required to beat the game. So you beat Goddess with the Agni ending, and timing ends the moment that you deal final damage to Goddess. The reason why Ambi is ZSNES doesn't run at the same rate that the console does, and so you can't have both on the leaderboard in that reason.
Yeah, it's just inaccurate emulation. I think it's specifically, it does not accurately reproduce lag frames, if I'm remembering right. In any case, you may have noticed that I just broke the laws of physics again. This was the third and final use of the shopping glitch by rearranging my selling cursor in the inventory over top of the socklet armor, which is not an accessory but just a regular piece of equipment, a helmet. When I perform the shopping glitch to get into the glitch state, then I can confirm the switch on each party member and it will duplicate... Oh, that was the wrong input. It will duplicate the socklet armor for each of them.
Correct, ready, set. If you go to the guides link on that link I provided, it will lead you to a bunch of guides. I'm currently making one, but it's unpublished. And it is a little bit of a slightly higher level than just for beginners. So once you get a little more comfortable with the game, and if my guide is done at that point, I will probably have it posted so that it is available to use for runs. Alrighty, so T-Dragon. Nice.
Yeah, so this is relevant info. The 3 dragon spells, Fire Dragon, Ice Dragon, Thunder Dragon, and Breath of Fire 2, all do identical non-elemental damage. The only difference is the animations, and Thunder Dragon has the fastest animation. In fact, Thunder Dragon has the fastest animation of all 7 dragon spells. It's faster even than the 3 puppies.
Interestingly, though, the puppies do elemental damage.
Correct. As soon as we get the dragons, Thunder Dragon will be the only one we use, except for 3 instances. There's a plot instance where you just must use G-Dragon to advance the plot. That's the final one that we'll get later. There's an instance where we use the puppy because we specifically want a single target dragon, not a multi-target dragon. And then we use G-Dragon at the very end of the run against Barberry a whole bunch because it's just the only not awful way to fight him. For everything else, it's Thunder Dragon.
One last thing that I forgot to add regarding the speedrun stuff. There is a link on speedrun.com for the Breath of Fire games that will lead you to the Breath of Fire speedrun Discord. And you are, if you have any questions for any of the games, you can ask them in the Discords. There's respective categories on the Discord for the respective game.
Yeah, if you join the community Discord right now, you will see that the most recent conversation is a whole lot of yapping between me, Blink, and Landy about the Breath of Fire 1 tool-assisted speedrun we're working on. Okay. Party, I need Sten, Randcat, Ryu. And I need to save.
Alrighty, quick update on the plot. We have saved Sten. Sten has been cured of his frogism and to become a normal anthropomorphic frog. As we have mentioned. We have taken Sten to his home because we have found out that he is a prince. And as part of his princeship, we take him home because he might be able to lead us to the thief that we are looking for. However, upon reaching his home of Simafort, we find that everyone thinks he is an imposter for some reason, and that there is another Jean. Did I say Sten? I meant Jean.
You did. It's cool.
Sten.
We know what you meant.
One's a frog. They're practically the same thing.
Yeah, they're animals. So Jean has been called an imposter, and that there is another Jean that exists, and he has arrested the first Jean. So now his sister, the princess, has confirmed with us that the Jean that we saved is the real Jean, and that we are required to save him. So when we have killed the jailer that is capturing him, they say the only way that we can prove it is by finding the royal ring that Jean had given to Nimafu for some reason. Well, we find that Nimafu, if we kind of find some contextual clues in the world, is attending some sort of event at this restaurant that we are going to call the Wildcat. And they have some quite odd customs, if you read these signs, asking us to remove a bunch of our clothes and our weapons and anything that might kind of encumber us. And this bouncer's stopping us because we did not do as he said by removing our weapons.
Yeah, we want to keep the weapons. We need those. However, we are willing to rub salt and pepper on our bodies. I love that so much.
As much as it confuses us.
Some interesting bit of plot flags working in the speedrun's favor here. It's going to happen a few times. The way you would do this casually is you'd go, oh, I need to go talk to Nimafu. Okay. You'd climb all the way back up Nimafu's tower, or you'd at least go to the base of the tower. I forget how it goes, because it's been so long since I've done it that way. And one of her funny little attendants would tell you about the Wildcat party. And then you would come here. But we don't have to do that. We can just come straight here, because the party's already happening. There are a few times in the run where you fortunately don't have to do the really roundabout talk to this person to find out this piece of information for the next plot flag to trigger, and you can just go sort of straight to the end and skip all the middle running around bits.
Yeah, that's one thing I really appreciate about Breath of Fire 2. The plot is very linear, and other than paying off MC Tusk to skip the Oopa Roopa stuff, there aren't really any skips. You have to do all the plot elements, but there aren't really any of those, like, you need to go and do the thing, but you can't go and do the thing until somebody else tells you about the thing that forces you to go all over the place. It doesn't really have that. Usually, like, the next thing you have to do will be available as soon as you've done the last thing. And if you already are familiar with the game, you can just jump from segment to segment, and you never really have to get directions from NPCs. Breath of Fire 1 is different. In Breath of Fire 1, and I know this because I'm in the middle of making the tasks, you pretty regularly have to go like halfway across the world just to get told where a thing is that you could have got to anyway.
And now we are inside a toilet fishing out the ring that Nimafu dropped in here.
Yeah.
This will not be the last time we are in a toilet.
It's a weird game.
And this was actually the first instance that I discovered that these were toilets. So when the game was saying it stopped up, I was so confused. I'm like, why would their sink be plugged up? Like, did they just shed a bunch of hair? Do they shave in their sink and let all the hair just clog their sink?
Got it.
Excellent.
Also got to fight, but that's okay. Alright, so done with those splits. Scroll down to my notes. Alright, time for cooking contest. Iron Chef Frog Nation.
Frog's
Master
Kitchen.
Chef Semaphore.
Yeah, ZSNES was also my very first emulator back in ye olden days. Like, I
Same.
think... When did we get our very first emulator from our cousin Pax? Was it?
We were kids, but that was SNES 9X.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you are correct. It was a really old version of SNES 9X. And then after that, we got ZSNES.
I
Yeah, we
think
got
in
our very
the
first one like 2001 or something.
I think in the late 90s, my brother found ZSNES and put it on our like really old computer, and I remember him playing like Bomberman, and then I was more into like the Nickelodeon games because I played Rocko's Modern Life. Boy, what a terrible game it was.
Yeah, I use SNES 9X for my actual gaming, and I use BizHawk for tassing.
Okay. I use BizHawk for the most part now for like
Yeah.
speedrunning research.
I think the only real reason I am this way is because I was already like well established with a whole lot of casual games and my speedrunning on SNES 9X before I got into tassing. And when I did pick up tassing, obviously I learned BizHawk because that's what Task Studio uses, but I never really felt it was worth transferring my entire library over to BizHawk just to maintain emulator consistency, given that they both work totally fine. So the big thing coming up is we are now going to discover whether we lose 2.5 minutes, because this is the main place that we can get that random gold drop.
So now that we've proven that we have a royal ring and we're trying to exonerate our Jean as the real Prince Jean, the other Prince Jean has come out and has also revealed a royal ring himself. So now there is major confusion, and they have determined that the only way that we can prove that our Jean is the real Jean is by doing a cook-off, because Prince Jean, as the kingdom knows, is somewhat of a known chef.
He's a master chef.
Oh, another thing for Ready Set. If you are looking into picking up Breath of Fire 1 speedrunning, you may be interested to look into the DJ category, which is just like an hour long rather than the entire 5-hour run. Some people just like starting with partial game categories, and DJ is a really cool partial game category because it's the last hour of the game, not the first hour of the game. It's a code you can enter as your character's name at the file create screen, and it just starts you off 3/4 of the way through the game. It's really neat.
It's a little more complicated than that.
Oh, is it? Oh yeah, you have to do some funny controller input stuff.
Yeah, and then you can finally put it in the name.
The details are written down somewhere. It's in the community Discord. All of this is in the community Discord. Both Breath of Fire 1 and Breath of Fire 2, that's the main place where all of this information is. I am going in the wrong direction. We're just gonna sit here and enjoy the harpsichord, huh?
Hey, it's a great harpsichord.
It
I
is
don't
a
know
fantastic
why-
8 seconds.
I don't know why anyone has anything bad to say about this segment of the game or its wonderful harpsichord.
I can understand where people come from about not liking it. When as a child, with poor translations and confusion about what to even do here, and what the whole purpose of this is, and how long the section lasts, and just being subjected to hours of this sound.
Yep.
Yeah, admittedly, as a kid, I do remember having a hard time figuring out where you were supposed to go because, like, I think they tell you to like go down into like the dungeons beneath the castle or something.
And it's not remotely clear that to get to the dungeons you have to go to the highest point in the castle.
Yeah, like I was looking around like the dungeons, like the place, like the dungeon, the prison where we've already been thus far, where they were keeping Jean locked up. And that is not where you're supposed to go. You're supposed to climb all the way up to the highest point in the castle so that you can ride these water things down. And that's how you get to like the sub-dungeon. Like
Breath of Fire 2 is not the worst offender about impenetrable game logic that you need to walk through to understand, but it is an offender.
I will admit, I have a similar story with Breath of Fire 3, as that is my childhood game.
Oh, cool.
And I was at a point where I had minimal reading skills when I played it. And I got stuck at the point where you are supposed to mug Bunyan like with the party. And I did not know how you're supposed to trigger Bunyan coming onto the road. And I couldn't read at that point to understand like what you're supposed to do either. So I just stood there for hours exploring the area because you can't get past the Ural Road, and like no one in the town really can explain the situation very well in a way that I could read. And I'm just sitting there like, how do I move on? I want to get to India. I saw my brother got there.
For what it's worth, I still have limited reading skills.
Same here. I will read JRPG things now in my casual play, and I will read how my brain has interpreted the words rather than what is read on the screen.
Alright, 2 mimics. 1 gold drop, please. It is fitting that the treasure boxes have gold for me, but not those 2. How about these 2?
Oh yes, I don't think we've given a plot update. The reason that we are down in the dungeons, we're looking for ingredients because everyone knows the best ingredients are found in mucky, dank dungeon water.
Don't you keep all of your cooking ingredients in the sub-dungeon?
We have been told that a golden fly is on the loose, and that it might be in the dungeons. But the golden fly has also revealed that there have been other ingredients that we might be interested in.
It's also an intelligent being. I'm not sure how comfortable I am, like, beating it up and eating it.
Alright.
It's a little bit of a boss rush. Yeah, it's a little bit of a boss rush down here. We have the fight against the gold fly at the start. We fight this big worm. The big worm is sort of the most boss-like of these sort of mini-bosses. It's actually got the capability to mess you up. It can do the Nimifu thing and put you to sleep. It's got pretty powerful critical hit attacks. And it's also got a lot of hit points.
Fortunately, we queued up this moon drop with Rand, so that as long as Rand stays awake, we're good. Yeah, see you later, MB. Thanks for watching. Oh, here's the crit. Not my face. Hey, nice dodge. Damage. Oh, that's definitely damage then. Alright, that is a worm.
Nice. Do you want a comparison, or
Sure.
have
Yeah, 206.
your PB got a 202.57?
Solid PB.
All right, praying for mimics.
Yep.
These are not mimics.
Smoke tile. Oh, I know where it is. And then after this, there's the beetles, which is always a fun place to lose a couple of minutes. These aren't mimics either.
Arachnod.
Yeah. Sten and Cat are both rolling 79s, and I'm pretty sure these things have 80 health. That's a bit of a tilter.
Oh, well, that level up should have been helpful for the next one.
Yeah. Oh, 2 more mimics. Maybe in luck. Nope.
Hey, a mimic. Oh, but you're running.
Yeah, with just one there, it's probably not worth to kill it.
Yeah, I figure. It was. I didn't see the lead off until after.
Alright, let's see how my beetle RNG is. It's the fastest way around this. This way. This way. If you're lucky, you can get through here with no fights at all, and the bugs just scurry out of your way, but most of the time, you have to fight an average of about 3 of them in a room. Clear a path. Move to the... Oh, I just squeaked by! That was lucky.
Oh!
Right?
Yeah.
That was really close. Okay, left or right? If you would crit, that'd be great. Save some animation frames. Okay, oh, that's... Ooh! Okay, that was very lucky.
Wow, was that only one in the second room?
Yep. But the two very close calls. So the G-Roach is a funny boss. He doesn't do anything. All he does is hit you a little, and he has very low defense, but he has 2,000 health. He's just a giant bullet sponge. Ooh, double crit for Cat. Very nice. Now, immediately after this, I'm going to want to Death Warp, so I'm gonna not heal going into the G-Fly fight. There's the Roach. But I do need to fix Ryu's AP situation. This guy can be incredibly annoying because he has very high defense, he has the egg better double hit, and he has a very high counter rate. However, what he doesn't have is a whole lot of health. So, getting hit by lightning fixes him pretty quickly. But if, say, for example, you're doing a challenge run where dragons are disallowed, that fight can be really annoying.
And he's not just saying that out of nowhere, because there is a challenge category where dragons are not allowed.
It is so much fun. Oh my goodness,
He's
that's
also-
2 gut saves in Death Warps. This one
He's
wasn't
also the
such a
only
problem.
one that runs it.
I do think it's very funny that a character can knock themselves out, gut save out of it, and then get their second hit and knock themselves out again. It's very funny. Alright, pretty good.
It's
But
just
we didn't get a
commitment
gold.
to the- commitment to the act of beating oneself up.
So no gold drop means that we're gonna have to take that 2.5-minute time loss. Which honestly is kind of a relief, because if I did get the gold drop, then like I was on the outside edge of world record pace, and I don't need that kind of pressure in my life.
It'll happen one day, Charles.
I know, one of these days. But not today, and that's okay. I would have felt kind of bad if I committed to the, like the $1 per minute donation, and then I just world recorded and didn't donate anything. Oh yeah, Pax, you weren't here at the start. For every minute over world record I owe the charity $1. Feel free to match me.
Ooh. Ooh, spicy.
This is funny enough. This is coming after one of the previous games, Yakuza 5 on RRLAT, had just world recorded on stream.
Oh, that's so cool. I think I was asleep for that. I've been
Yeah,
watching as many
I
of the
was-
runs as I can, but I have to sleep sometime.
Of course. But yeah, it was interesting. I was like looking to be like, okay, how early are they gonna finish? And I looked and I'm like, okay, I think they're like near the end of the game. Because I've never played it, I kind of just assumed. And then I was just like, okay, yeah, sure. And then I like put my phone down for a second and continued playing what I was doing. And like literally 10 seconds later, they're like, hey, they just finished. And I'm like, wait, what? And they're like, yeah, I think it's world record.
Nice. Yeah, we started a little bit early. I actually woke up before my alarm, which is unexpected because my alarm was for 5 a.m. I don't know what my body was doing waking up of its own accord at 4:45, but it did. And I checked Discord, and sure enough, it's like, yeah, Yakuza finished half an hour ago. So I was like, okay, fine. We'll start early.
Yeah. I saw what Fuddlebob was also saying, is that people were saying, in addition to the Yakuza 5 being a world record run, people are saying, wow, that like we've had a few world records this event. So yeah, it's crazy. A lot of people are popping off.
So the pressure's on.
It really is not. I already got the Brave Man world record in Really Longathon, or Really Lots of Lore, technically. That can be my crowning achievement. I do not require more. I would like to get the any percent record one of these years, but I am not in a rush. Especially because when I finish it, then the only record left is any percent Japanese, and that is going to be a struggle. I'm good putting that off for a while longer.
Is that mostly just because of the language barrier?
Yeah, like I'm just going to have to memorize what all the item names look like for menuing. And, like, you've seen how snappy optimal Breath of Fire 2 menuing is, and trying to read hieroglyphics while I do them sounds like it's stressful. There's no official leaderboard for Brave Man because it's just a meme category, and I'm literally the only person who's ever finished a run for it. I think I made a spoken commitment that once there are 3 recorded times from 3 separate runners, that I will open the community discussion about making it a real leaderboard. For now, though, it's just unofficial. There is an official glitchless leaderboard, though, and you should try running that.
I'll just be back in a minute. I'm just gonna grab
Yeah,
some
no
breakfast.
problem.
Everything.
So in the meantime, like, Frog Nation House of Cards over here is finally done. So I can play the game again.
Yep. We have just gotten all the exquisite ingredients necessary for Jean to prepare his food. We have gotten a succulent worm, we have gotten a delicious cockroach, and we have gotten an exquisitely rare golden fly that all can be baked into nice Simifort cuisine. So the food has been prepared from both parties, both with similar ingredients, with the golden fly being the rare exception between the 2 competitors. All of the Simifort chefs have taste tested the foods, and our Jean's food, apparently, according to the chefs, was not as delicious as they had intended. And so the princess has asked the party to taste test the food to confirm that they're good. And because the party ate the food and something seemed a little off, they thought about the ingredients, realized what they ate, and threw up on the spot, horrifying the princess. And so in a fit of rage, she has gone off to try and blow up the castle. And imposter Jean has revealed himself
To
as
be
he does
Kuadora
not
the
want,
Explorer. Sorry, I have to do that every time.
as he has not wanted to sacrifice his reign of the castle. And then when we found him, he has revealed himself to be this, as Charles has mentioned, Kuadora the Explorer.
This has been really good RNG, though. He can smack you very hard, and he has just opted to not smack me very hard, so I didn't have to heal. We've been getting some really, really butter-smooth boss fights this run.
Nice.
This is still not really world record pace because no gold and I'm playing kind of badly and I'm very rusty, but the boss fights have been extremely satisfying. And possibly
encounter
kind of
RNG has
misleading.
been kind of
Yeah.
has not been that great, like Nimifu's Castle particularly.
I think I'm maybe giving chat a slightly inaccurate impression of what speedrunning Breath of Fire 2 is like on average. These boss fights can definitely put up more resistance than they have been.
Your PB's Kuadora is 2:16:14.
Alright, I am 2:19:50, but there's also the 2.5 minutes because my PB got the gold drop. So I think we're
Fair.
safely outside world record territory, which is just fine by me. I'm gonna not worry about it. This is, I think, the last big rand roll of the run. I mean, starting in a minute or two from now. And we are finally going to escape the confines of this very linear plot soon, because we'll be done with the to find the missing thief, to clear Bo's name. Even though nobody outside hometown cares, Bo could have just come with us, it would have been fine.
Yeah.
There's no Interpol that's gonna come chasing him down.
Now, would you say that the Rand roll to High Fort is not a very long one?
No, that one is fairly easy.
Okay.
I mean, you can bonk in any rand roll, it doesn't matter how short, but the rand roll to High Fort is comparatively fairly straightforward. Okay, party. Who do I take? Jump. Alright, place your bets. Do I get the patty text? Answer is no
Okay.
patty text. Very nice. That
I
saves
return.
a whole 2/3 of a second. As you walk around this room, once you're done with the cooking contest, Patty will just throw up a dialogue box that says, "Ugh, I hate roaches. Somebody get me out of here." And if it happens, it's a 2/3 of a second time loss, and it's just on a global timer, so that you have no control over whether it pops up or not. I know this because it was relevant to the TAS. Alright, let's see if I can get out of here without an encounter. Unlucky. Oh, lead off attack. Lucky. Alright, so here is a little known fact. You can actually just hop all the way across there with Jean. The movement is a little bit funny because you have to maneuver around the cliffs, but it's a lot faster than putting Sten in the party. And it's also a lot faster than taking the boat.
Rand roll. How did you guys figure that out with the frog jump?
I have known about that since I was a kid. I have no idea when
Yeah.
Max and I worked it out.
Yeah,
It's-
that was a fairly easy one to figure out.
It's interesting. There's a lot of Breath of Fire 2 knowledge in my brain that I could not tell you when we acquired it because Pax and I played this game so much as kids before I ever found the speedrunning community for it.
Yeah.
Did the
Is
speedrunning
this-
community know about it before you, though?
I have no idea, to be honest.
I'm
The
sure
early-
they must have. They probably did.
The early days of my integration with the speedrun community are kind of weird because I started speedrunning BoF 2 by playing Glitchless,
I
which was...
acquired it all 2 months ago.
Oh, hello! Is that Rubble I hear?
That is rubble.
Excellent. Alright, we got a full couch. Yeah, when I started speedrunning BoF 2, I just wholesale invented a glitchless category that didn't exist previously because I was just more interested in playing the game that way.
That is rubble.
That is rubble. So, at first, I was more routing the game myself from scratch and not paying too much attention to what other people were doing.
Because, yeah, our knowledge of this goes back pretty far, because this is one of the few Super Nintendo games we actually had the cartridge for, so we actually played this on our Super Nintendo. It wasn't until a little bit later that we got, our first emulator with all of the various ROMs for like all the Final Fantasy games and stuff like that. So sort of our getting into the JRPG genre started with this game.
Yeah. And
So
Espertina has made it. Happy Cat-a-Day.
Hey.
Okay, Bo Cat genre. Oh, god damn it. Okay, well. That was misclick. Cat John Bo. Well.
That mucks up a death warp, doesn't it?
It does.
Uh-oh.
Minus
Well,
a couple minutes. Good thing I
Good thing
didn't
we
get
weren't
that
going
gold
for a
drop.
world record.
Yeah, it's fine. It just means I have to rand roll back rather than death warping. But that is a little embarrassing.
Oh, did you accidentally save?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a consequence of my muscle memory still not really being used to turbo. And the default selection when you talk to the dragon is to save, which is not what I was trying to do. I did not let go of the turbo button soon enough.
Oh no, Last Honor, that's kind of rough. Hopefully it's replaceable.
Well, that's unfortunate. Oh my goodness. And I just distracted myself with chat at the wrong moment. Well, it's a good thing I just saved, huh?
Yeah.
Did you name Ryu RRLAT?
Yeah. I guess that save was actually just a premonition. I knew that I was going to accidentally send Bo into the Trout House on his own.
So the critical decision there is Bo, having, just been exonerated of breaking into the Trout House, is asked to break into the Trout House. And being the idiot dog that he is going to do it. And there's a dialogue prompt whether Ryu, the main character, is going to go with him or not because they're best friends. Unfortunately, the default option is no.
Yep.
The default option is no on a lot of things in this game when it shouldn't be. So if you're just button mashing your way through, you end up doing the segment with just Bo, and he hasn't been in our party this whole time, so he's a very low level.
I definitely let myself get distracted reading chat at the wrong moment. Okay, well, our good RNG early game was a lovely showcase, and now we're back into our usual disaster run. It's fine. I gave a nice cushy estimate, so we're all good. I'm just trying to maximize the amount of Breath of Fire 2 that chat gets to enjoy during their Breath of Fire 2 run.
In the one true bow percent that I did, I managed to do this as well, and I did the solo bow.
Yeah, you can do it. It's very slow.
Yep. I have a nice time saved there.
Because, fortunately, the segment itself is not actually very difficult, and the Trout boss fight is pretty brain dead.
That is so funny that I just made two mistakes that canceled each other out. Yeah, throwing for content. Doing it for the vine.
The encounter rate here is definitely different.
Yeah, everybody
trout
pick your
house, right?
favorite number between 0 and LMAO. Everywhere else in the game, the encounter rate is incremental. As in, as you take steps, your odds of getting a fight increase, and when you get a fight or a screen transition, it resets back to 0. And this is the one place in the game where that is not how it works. Here, it's just every step is a 1 in 16 roll to generate a fight. And they're all independent. So you can get none, and you can get lots. I think my record is 9. And an average is about 2.
I'm sure if I actually made it to
Oh,
this
you would
portion
absolutely
of the
get
game
15.
in a speed run, I would get, let's be real, I would get 20.
So we got a
Pax-
one-fight Trout House. That is good.
Pax is sounding like he's the Caleb of Breath of Fire 2.
Pax can't be the anything of Breath of Fire 2 because he doesn't run the game. Pax.
Yeah, because I tried, and
Yeah.
the gods of luck decided that it just wasn't for me.
Yeah, throwing for charity, that's true. Those two mistakes basically just donated $3. I love charity. Alright, trout fight.
Nice.
Not very interesting. This is why we do not want to do this with solo Bo, because Ryu can do this, and Bo cannot.
You don't want to do this bolo?
No. Also, nice. Okay, so normally here we would just death warp all the way back to Sima Fort. Instead, I'm gonna need a party of Jean and Rand to Rand roll it.
Hello.
And I'm gonna throw Kat in as the final party member to help do encounters quickly. Okay, so that's the plan. It will be Rand, Kat, Jean, in that order. Routing on the fly.
Rand can't be on the fly. That is reserved for Nina.
Very nice. Okay, and oh yeah, I have to withdraw my $100,000 from the bank before I leave town. That is correct. So we have a huge plot segment here. How's it going? What's up in chat? I have not been paying very much attention to you, except for the one time when I really shouldn't have paid any attention to you. Also, that is a $71 donation. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
So the summary, we have discovered that Trout, the evil bazillionaire that is in Hometown, has been extorting people and doing a bunch of different bad things. And turns out he was a demon, just like a lot of the other people that we've encountered, like Guadora and August and etc. So after we have taken care of Trout, Bo and the party have been reflecting on everything that's been going on, realize everyone's kind of a demon, and want to get to the bottom of it.
Oh, this animation looks very goofy on stream because I'm streaming in 30 FPS and it's flickering in 60 FPS. Once again, that is my Canadian internet at work.
That will not be the last time that this potentially makes things funny.
Yeah, Tina, to my surprise, I am actually much less dead than I was expecting to be. I thought I would just be suffering the entire time on no sleep at all, but I am feeling pretty refreshed.
I'm in the opposite boat. I'm dying.
Oh,
too.
you're at the
I'm
end of a
gonna-
very long day. Do not feel obligated to stay until the end, that's alright.
Okay. I'll stay for a little bit longer.
Sure.
And I'm sort of in a nice middle ground where I got some sleep, but am quite tired because I was playing a Dungeons and Dragons game until about 4.5 hours before the run started.
Yeah. Now we've got Pax and Rubble here, we'll be good.
Yeah.
I just came in after just streaming Final Fantasy V for my first playthrough.
How did that go,
Good
Blink?
choice.
It's I'm near the end, and there's like it's a lot of like the open worldness, I guess, before you head to the final area. So I've just been doing a lot of the side quests and enjoying the difficulty of where the game is now.
Sure.
There is Ju Charles and Bro Charles in chat or on the stream.
Yeah, quick roll call, it's been a while. I'm the Charles, I'm running.
And I'm Pax, I'm Charles's brother.
I am iBlink22. I am a Breath of Fire 1 speedrunner, and Charles is my friend and teaching me the ropes for Breath of Fire 2.
Rubble. I'm pretty new, but definitely enjoying the community and love this game so much.
Mostly it's just to help chat keep straight which voice is which. Alright, finally, the plot's over. I can play the game again.
One of the few breaks that we get.
Alright, I may have jumped the gun by a minute or so.
So, quick plot update. We have gone from, we just have to, exonerate our friend and get him released from jail, to we need to save the world now because it's dying. You know, a classic JRPG plot progression. But all of our the friends that we made along the way are the real heroes. So they all decide to come with us to figure out why the world is dying, and we got some excellent inspirational music, and now we have to kind of figure out where to go next.
Really
Wind
always
Bliss
have enjoyed the dark twists of Breath of Fire 2 storyline.
Wind Bliss, this is any percent, so we are using some glitches. Most notably, we're using the shopping glitch, which is actually 4 or 5 different glitches in a trench coat. We use the shopping glitch to get effectively infinite money. Basically more money than we'll ever need in the actual run, and you're also able to use the same glitch in a different way to get glitched powerful weapons on okay, you are familiar with the glitch. Cool.
Yeah, I think he was
Oh.
asking that regarding the 7:15 time. We gave ourselves a nice comfortable buffer in case the doo-doo hits the fan spectacularly and spraying back at us.
Runner is reliably not good at this game.
How are you so good at rad rolling? I can't do it.
Keyboard strats. This is infinitely easier on a keyboard than a controller. That's why.
Right.
Yeah, to quickly finish up my description, because there are 286 other people who might not be familiar with what's going on. The other main part of the shopping glitch is that we're able to use it to basically bug things that aren't supposed to be weapons onto our weapon slots, and because they're not supposed to be weapons, the attack values of the items that we're putting in their place are completely jacked and broken, and are incredibly high power multi-attack and turn into incredibly high power multi-attack weapons that can also be used as the item that they still are, making a bunch of our characters far more powerful than they have any business being.
It's a good time.
Moondrop Rand is just a nightmare for Death Evan.
It's a fun little glitch.
Okay, now I think I'm gonna need chat to give me their energy, because we need to summon a fishing spot, and I historically do not have good luck with this. Where are you? Alright, the double run is good. That is certainly the most efficient way to end the fight.
First try it.
First
And
try,
I
here
see
we
it.
go. Yeah, works every time, right? It did not
Perfect
work first try. Alright, let's go. It begins.
Second try. I think it was a second try for me.
I appreciate that in the Trubo percent, you don't have to do this fishing spot.
Yeah.
You don't?
I mean, you can if you want, but... There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is where we buy a huge supply of fire rocks to speed up random encounters going forward. And if you're just playing a half-game category, there aren't really enough random encounters to justify the time it takes.
Our friend the Maniro is hungry for some gold.
Okay, sell. To keep the smoke, sell that, sell that. Sell that, sell that, sell that, sell that, sell those.
Yeah, thank you, Aspertina, for the 15.
Oh, thank you so much, Tina.
Thank you.
Did you sell the stamina?
Yep. That's right. Expo. That's everything. Bye. Okay. Let's jump.
We only keep the urchin at this point to get the Moondrop for blue later, right?
We also need it to fish up the Empire Sword.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I could have held on to... hang on, it's cat. I could have held on to the stamina to cook an extra wise ball. It's kind of a toss-up whether the extra wise ball saves more time versus blueberry, or an extra fire rock saves more time in a random encounter. I haven't done the math to work out like which is statistically optimal. Alright, so we are now inside a whale.
A whale named Grandpa.
We have been inside a toilet, we have been inside a whale, and yet neither of them is the weirdest place we will go during this game.
Oh, the places we'll go.
They call this game Breath of Fire, but as far as I've seen, it's more of Breath of Water. with how wet we get through the game.
Yeah.
Moist protagonist.
There's nothing fancy for me to do in this dungeon. I'm just heading straight to the boss. Do you recall there is a word for like when a word sounds like the word is, like a word that is self-descriptive?
Automatopoeia.
No, that's like a sound, but this is semantic. Like the word moist just sounds moist.
Oh, okay. What you described is a word that sounds like something, and then that's what an
Yeah.
automatopoeia is. It's
Yeah.
a word that
A different kind of
is
sound.
the sound.
Blink.
I need to remember to put a W fruit on Ryu before we get to the boss, because I used one in a random encounter. I'll do it on my next smoke tile.
A word sounds. So you're saying a word sounds like what?
Well, it's a word that is self-descriptive. There is a proper
the
name
word-
for it, but I'm forgetting what it is.
The word moist just sounds kind of uncomfortable and wet.
Yeah,
Autological?
I think could be it. W fruit.
Hey Charles, do we still get the gold armor on the any percent run here?
Nope. We do not need money. We have the Midas touch.
Gotcha.
By which I mean we can break the laws of physics.
Yeah. Where we're going, we don't need money.
Or armor, really.
Most of the
After-
bosses die so quickly.
Yeah. And we have the unlimited bottomless moon drop for healing, so it's really not that big an issue. We do one big last armor shop near the end of the game before we head into Infinity, and that's about it.
No, Ike, what they're trying to say is it is a word that sounds like its definition.
Yeah, I think autological is the word that I was trying to remember. Unsuccessfully, because again, Runner has small brain.
Yeah, so autological is the correct word. Google describes it as an adjective that describes a word that expresses a property that it also possesses.
I suppose moist isn't literally moist, but it certainly is figuratively moist.
Words are hard, man. That's why
Yeah.
I went into the math STEM field.
Shoot.
I think we're all math guys in some manner.
Yep.
I'm not.
Oh, that's true.
I'm very much not.
Dig anything interesting out of the ground lately?
Well, I've had the last week off for
Oh,
obvious
very nice.
reasons.
Okay, so this fight is...
We're fighting a ghost that you may or may not be able to see.
So this is the last of the bosses, for the most part, that does a first turn sleep, which is always a really cool mechanic. Oh, we're all awake. Alright, well, that's the best possible outcome. Fortunately, even if he does hit a big sleep, it's not really that threatening. He'll have to wake you up to damage you because he doesn't have any damaging spells. And he is weak to holy damage, so our holy weapons absolutely slaughter him. And that is Nina learning the exit spell right on time.
Right on.
I
cue.
love routing.
I do find it interesting that the ghost whose whole shtick is putting people to sleep forever is a less threatening sleep-based boss than the witch that we fought like an hour ago.
Yep.
Or like later on, how you go into a place called Memory to fight a guy that makes you forget things.
That is one of the coolest boss designs in this game.
I cannot argue with that. I also cannot argue with the fact that if somebody is just not waking up, give them a good old bop in the uvula.
Bless you.
Oh, and this cutscene is just delightful. Behold physics.
The way that I see Tonsillar right there, it makes me think of like something being insulated by tonsils.
That's an image. Alright, we freed the whale. We woke him up. And now we have transportation.
This is Iblink's brain on lack of sleep. It's almost like a drunken stupor.
Yeah, no, I've been there. Arguably,
What
I
time
am
is it
there
where
right
you are,
now.
Blink?
What did Rubble say?
He's asking you
what
what time it
time
was.
is
Is it 6:30? 5:30?
5:30 a.m.
Yeah, Pacific time. Right. The whale bell. Ooh, we got task movement. Sometimes you have to talk to an NPC that just randomly wanders, and in the tasks we can manipulate to have them wander directly toward us. Okay, now we are headed straight to Blue's hideout.
Catgirl writing grandpa.
I really do love all the out-of-the-way side quests in this game.
Well, yeah, we're now basically we have now reached the side quest portion of the game. The entirety this game kind of loosely breaks down into kind of a 3-act structure. Act 1 was everything up to the boss fight against Trout and subsequent cutscene where we learned that the world is dying. Sort of the friendly, closer to the ground, more approachable part of this game, where we're just trying to like find a thief that framed our friend. We're now in Act 2, where we are trying to discover what is going on with the world. But in order to do so, we have to go to a bunch of completely unrelated places and do a bunch of completely unrelated things to just kind of get one plot MacGuffin after another. But it gives us the opportunity to sort of explore the world a bit, and now that it's opened up with the whale. So Act 2 is very much just kind of meandering about, not actually directly doing the thing that our main goal is.
It's about to open up a lot more because we are about to recruit the best Snet Girl.
Yes, it's also secret character time.
I love that Breath of Fire 1 and 2 follow that 3-act formula. I don't think many games do.
Mm-hmm. It's nice that the 3-act structure is so well defined in Breath of Fire 2. It's been a while since I played Breath of Fire 1, so I forget how well it's kind of implemented there. But the end of Act 1 for Breath of Fire 2 is it's very clear.
And then you get all the new music to signify the new act as well, which I appreciate.
Too, yeah.
They Breath of Fire 1 does it that way as well, where the world map changes.
This is the
for
final
one,
glitch of the game.
For one, similarly, Act 1 is very much of just Ryu kind of getting the grasp of where things are and how he can pursue the Dark Dragons. And the music changes entering Act 2 because it has been realized that he has a way of getting to a boat that can take him to the Empire.
Hey, Sinalti's here! Hello, Sinalti. I am getting appropriately wrecked, mostly by my own incompetence. As is tradition.
It's fine. You've only made one or two, like, glaring errors.
Yeah.
But for PAX, the signifying point into Act 2 for Breath of Fire 1 would happen after Gremlin, and it's like signified by like all the Dark Dragon bosses being able to transform into enemies or into like monsters.
Right.
And then Act 3 starts with after Pincher, where then it's like engaging the section where it's Jade's generals.
Mm. Right.
Okay, well, we got 2 lead-offs, so this is less of a time lost than usual. That's nice. Oh, third fight.
I think for me, the most memorable... I'll avoid some like outright spoilers for anyone in the chat who is interested in or is currently playing Breath of Fire 1, but I think for me the most memorable part of Breath of Fire 1 was always the time travel bit.
Mm-hmm.
I loved that plot segment. It was so good. It blew my mind as a kid.
And it was the same for me. Like when the time stands still, I kind of thought Breath of Fire 1 was a great game when I got to that point.
I think for me, it was the entire Prima section with underwater stuff.
That was really cool too. Because like I played Breath of Fire 1 after playing Breath of Fire 2. And so I was like, oh, you know, you have like, you know, the segment with the frogs and that kind of stuff. But then you go into Breath of Fire 1 and you've got the fish people and they like actually live underwater. And that's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
The gills are in place.
Being familiar with, you know, Jean in this game who can turn into the frog and bomb you around the overworld. Then you get Gobi in Breath of Fire 1 who turns into the fish and you can swim around. And it's like, you know, he's kind of a useless character.
He is an equally detestable character to Jean.
Yeah, but like, it was really neat that they did that.
It was really cool. I have to give it that. It's such a unique idea for the time of incorporating underwater travel.
I did not know that you could roll straight across right there.
Yep. There's a few corners you can cut when rand rolling that aren't obvious, just because of how they implemented the collision. There's one in the roll to Nimifu's tower as well that looks like you should bonk, but you actually don't.
Interesting.
It's really handy because it lets you take a much more direct path. Like, it's not fewer tiles of movement, but it's fewer turns, and therefore much easier. I'm gonna have to chuck an item because my inventory is full. Okay, now we are headed to Gunts. We do a huge faffing around segment here just to get all this stuff out of the way, and also to collect all of the warp points for Blue, so that from this point on we'll just be able to warp all over the map.
Is it, just as a quick question for Charles, is it optimal to go into that house later to pick up that wise BL?
It should still be there, I think.
Like if you were filled up on the fire rocks.
Yeah. You are normally not filled up on fire rocks. That's why this is being so awkward. Grass sword. Shields. Nails. Yeah, I either just had really good encounter RNG in the whale, or I was brain AFK and fighting them normally rather than fire rocking, but it's unusual to still have a full inventory of fire rocks at this point.
Got
So
it.
we're usually not going to have to chuck things right here.
Yeah.
And we're taking this detour into this house to talk to a random person off screen for very important ending-related reasons.
Yep, that is part 1 of setting up the good ending.
Do not miss speaking to this person.
Being in casual, I didn't even know there was a person there for a while. Like, I came down there and was, like, looking around the room, and all of a sudden, I just see, like, a head pop out from
Yep.
below.
She is very sneaky.
Yeah, she tends to wander around in half of the room. She can come up into the room proper, but she's usually starting out off the screen and is therefore completely missable and is required for good ending. Sneaky
I'm sure
game.
most of us as kids got the bad ending just because we didn't even know about it, GG.
But again, I appreciate that a game as linear as this does have multiple endings and very much rewards your exploration and your experimentation with certain things.
Would you like the red ending, or the blue ending, or the green ending? I still need to finish that game.
Alright. Fellas, this is where I sign off.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for commentating, Blink. Good luck chasing your sub 5 in Breath of Fire 1. Any day now.
It's going to happen soon.
Thank you. Have a good night or a good morning wherever you are, and enjoy Really Really Longathon.
Night Blink.
Yes, Ratchet, that was a Mass Effect reference.
All right.
So, for this part, we discover that the grass person that we have to talk to is being kept in this circus, and the ringleader was like, "You can either pay me a bunch of money to recoup my costs, or bring me a different creature," which sent us off into that cave that we were exploring a little while ago. But this is any percent, and we've basically got infinite money, so we can just pay the man. But he still decides to kill us.
Rude, if you ask me.
Yeah.
That's very rude.
Alright. So, now it's Blue, Rand, and Spar, that's right. We have one more bit of fishing to do, and then it's off to Monkey Magic.
Ah, my favorite part of the game.
Everyone's favorite part of the game. We all love Sten. So one thing that I have been quietly taking advantage of with the route this entire time is every time the party availability changes, like somebody joins the party or somebody leaves the party, you always get a full party heal. And the route is designed specifically to take advantage of that as much as possible, so you don't have to waste extra time menuing. Blue Rand Spar. Spar's special thing on the overworld is walking through trees. Because he is a tree. Kind of.
And as we all know, all forests are so dense that human beings cannot walk through them normally.
All right. I'm gonna need your input. What's your over/under on Gandaroof just being a horrific translation from Japanese pronunciation of Gandalf?
Yeah, I'd buy that.
Oh, shoot.
I'd subscribe to that too.
Look, this game isn't even internally consistent with its own
That
name,
is true.
so
Yep.
I will rest my case at the Habaruku Babaruku nonsense.
All right. First try fishing spot, right?
All the luck is on your side.
Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Nope. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. We're kind of on a garbage pace now, so it's all good, but when you're on world record pace, trying to summon these fishing spots can be infuriating. There we go. Second try is not bad. I do like the fishing music, though. This is very catchy.
No, this
Have any
game
of
is what
our other current runners been in on the chat thus far?
No, it's just been us.
Just us.
Gotcha.
I think most of the sensible runners are asleep.
Yeah.
Okay, 7 inventory slots. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Hero PTs to round. Pass shoes to blue. Warp to Tunland. Oh, I never stepped into Tunland. Goodness. I'm an idiot. Okay. Warp to Gunts, that's good enough. Oops. Oopsies. That's a new one. I have not made that mistake before.
That's never happened in practice. That's fine.
It's
we
okay.
weren't on world
Another
record
$1
anyway.
for charity. All good, all good. Oh, I am so rusty at this game. How did I almost
Well, I
world
was-
record only like 4 months ago?
I was wondering as we got closer and closer to the marathon. I was wondering if you were gonna, I don't know, de-rest at all. Because I'm like, wait a minute,
Do it live.
you're not even
The
running
low is
glitchless,
real.
the category you're more familiar with.
Okay. And now we require the monkey.
At least this is the last time in the game we have to use Sten, right?
Scan.
I feel like he makes some more token appearances.
Don't recall, actually.
We'll find out. We're doing it live.
Yeah, it's in my notes. Or to high fort. We used to throw Sten in the party to take the slightly shorter path in Infinity, but we no longer do that because of the cat strat. You do put Sten in the party if you want to pick up the life bracelet before Death Evan, but that's also not the default any percent route. Alright. Time for the Sten solo section, which is always a good time.
Nothing bad ever happens.
Nope. The random encounters that can just straight one-shot you never show up. Incidentally, posture check.
Yeah.
Just occurred to me that I'm hunched over my keyboard like some kind of gremlin.
I don't think you'll be able to convert me, Charles. I'm a controller guy.
But the rand rolls are so much easier. I am a gremlin, that's
It's
true.
the one thing.
It is
The one thing that digs at me.
But it's so worth it. So the reason is, like, the 4 arrow keys on the keyboard are all independent of each other, and the way Breath of Fire 2 reads D-pad input, if you are holding down one direction and then you start holding a second direction, then the new direction overwrites the old one. So if I'm holding up to rand roll up, and I just need to shuffle one tile to the left and then continue rolling up, I can do it by just continuing to hold up, tapping the left arrow for 1 frame, and it will just do the adjustment and then go straight back to up. Whereas on a controller, can't do that as smoothly because it's all one solid D-pad.
I did take your keyboard mentality on the shop glitch, though.
Oh yeah, doing the shopping glitch with turbo is infinitely easier than doing it manually. Anyway, since we recently just got ourselves out of the Frog Nation politics, we are now going to get ourselves ensconced in the Monkey Nation politics.
It's a surprising amount of politics in this kid's game.
Yep. I mean, I'm pretty sure the 90s Nintendo censors just couldn't get past cat in the early games, so they didn't actually check anything.
I always theorized it was the Terrapin myself.
Oh yeah, that's also reasonable. Yeah, playing the game casually, the Terrapin is a real roadblock. Because you are just not prepared to deal with AoE damage like that. Rude Fellows Disappear is the name of my garage band. Also, hey Nitrodon. Okay. I'm supposed to buy LPLs and W fruits. Can do. Alright, and then more dialogue. Yeah, if you're interested in playing this game casually, but are slightly put off by the very 90s translation, there is a fan-made retranslation patch that's available. And other than 1 or 2 places, I think it is overall excellent. Oh no! Not the monkey! How could this happen? That's intentional. You don't actually have to win that fight. In fact, you can't. You just need to end the fight as soon as possible. Yes, the patch also enables the run button. That's really wild, that there's an entire run button coded in the game where you hold the B button and you move faster, except it's disabled. They're just in the code, they hit the off switch before they ship the game. Which is...
Jank.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. But the fan
They were like,
patch hits the on switch, so you can do it.
Yeah.
Alright. Showdown! 1v1 monkey fight. I'm gonna cheat. I have fire rocks.
Say we just fire rock him.
Okay, 315 Trubo split. Pax, do you want to quickly check the PB and see how that compares?
Yeah, you'll have to give me a minute to pull it up.
Do my bidding. So there's an interesting routing decision to make here. You can't have everything. It's like that triangle, like 3 things, pick 2. Because Sten has only the 2 inventory slots. You want the Holy Scarf to reduce the encounter rate. You want an empty accessory slot to get the boosted chance of a lead-off attack, but you'd also like to equip 2 fast shoes to outspeed one of the dangerous enemies that will otherwise outspeed you. You can't do them all, you gotta sacrifice something. I choose to sacrifice the fast shoes and just trust that the spooky enemy doesn't show up, but you can make a case for doing it the other way as well. How would you like to risk losing time?
Your Trubo time was 3:45:17.
In my any percent PB?
Nope.
Is that my glitchless? That sounds like a glitchless time to me.
I'm looking at the wrong one. My bad.
Yo, One-Eyed Deacon with a big raid. Thank you so much. I'm just gonna do this equip now before I forget.
Okay, 3:05.
There we go. Yeah.
3:05:55.
10 minutes behind. That's totally normal. I'm kind of shocked it's only 10 minutes, to be honest. I have really goofed.
And that's still ahead of my PB time for Trubo, which is somewhere around 3:45.
Is that glitchless, though, or is that any percent?
Nah, that's any percent.
Now, I am a headlining member of the Goof Troop today. Did we make it to the door, though? Nope. Not a spooky fight. Good. Okay, so with that we should be almost safe. There's one other screen that occasionally gives us a fight, but not very often. Alright, we're in business. We are in monkey business, in fact.
Haha.
So we have the Nina solo section still to do, and Rand's solo fight. But Rand's solo fight is free.
I always manage to be under-equipped for the Nina solo fight, so it takes me about 3 wipes.
Yeah, that's normal. There's no preparing for the Nina solo section. All you can do is pray. Sorry, I think I just bonked the microphone. Fast shoes for cat. And now we have a maze, which of course in a speedrun is no problem because I know the way through, and casually, this is the source of a lot of fun.
I hate this segment casually.
It's such a nightmare.
I do not like this segment. Sam, I am.
This is one of the main locations for using up our supply of fire rocks, because very conveniently it basically one-shots all the enemies in here, and Cat outspeeds almost all the enemies in here. So Cat can just do that a whole lot, and we don't really have to fight anything.
That run button sure would be nice right now, though.
Oh, I know, right? The screen is going well, though. Haven't had too many fights. And that is weak to holy damage, so that's even quicker. I actually forgot that those enemies existed in this room. They're the rarest spawn by quite a bit. Nice. Nice. Cat is absolutely the MVP of this category.
Hey Charles, I usually find myself taking Rand on this section instead of Cat. Is there a downside that I should consider when I do that?
Yep, the downside is that Rand is slower.
Got it.
I mean that both literally in the sense of Rand's speed stat is slower, and then also figuratively in the sense that, like, consequently your time is slower. Because Cat outspeeds all these enemies, and so it throws a fire rock, or if it's just a single enemy, she can crit them to death, and the enemies never get any turns, which means you never have to menu to heal.
And that's just not worth the Shupke fight being cake because of Rand.
The Shupke fight is cake anyway.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Shupke is not a very threatening boss.
Like, you're right that Rand's Moondrop punches do slightly more damage than Cat's, but Shupke evaporates in any case. Like, it doesn't actually change the number of hits it takes, it just makes the numbers bigger.
Sure.
The real reason to come here with Rand rather than Cat is it means you don't have to roll here separately to get the warp point and then warp here. You can just roll here for the first time. But I have timed it, and I am pretty sure that having Cat here is just better. But you are right that there are a lot of possible mid-game routes here, and it is possible that I don't have the best one. Remove a fast shoot from Cat.
Cat's at level 17, so you'll attack up on Cat for the portal, right?
Yeah. Attack. You know what? My notes are wrong. Taking the fast shoe off of Cat was supposed to make Blue outspeed her. I'm gonna have to look at that. Not a big deal. Nice crit. That is certainly going to solve most of the problems. So, for most of the remainder of the game, the fact that we have... Ooh! Sten surviving at 1 HP. Very nice. We have Blue with us for the attack up spell is going to be plan A, because the attack up spell in this game is just absolutely bonkers. It is just a straight ×2 to your offense stat, which is not balanced. Okay. So... do not need to W fruit. You need to heal.
Back in a moment.
Yeah, that's alright. Okay. That is a good fight for a fireball. Oh, no, I was right. To go this way. Because we have the collar for our cat. It is important to tag your pets. I keep going to the downstairs there to get a screen transition to reset the encounter rate. That's not just me sucking.
Sorry about that. Who's ringing my doorbell at 9 a.m.?
It's a fair question on a Saturday. I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
The collar, by the way, is used to get random battles when
Yep.
you want to get more random battles in a couple of segments.
Okay. Pummel. Attack up, stand, defend.
And in a very embarrassing set of circumstances, Shupke, the final boss of this segment, is far less threatening than the door.
Yeah, she's just a palette swap of a random battle. And also, she absolutely gets one shot.
It's pretty embarrassing.
She is another spirit type enemy, so she takes double damage from Holy, which in particular means she takes double damage from the glitched weapons. Unlucky for her, really.
I enjoy that perk about Bando as well, because that's abnormally
Yeah.
hard in a glitchless route.
Yep. Okay, we now have another big old plot segment, so I'm gonna hold down the A button and catch up in chat. What's going on in chat? Nelson is here, Matthew is here, Dowiett's here. Honor, you've been here for ages. How's it going, everybody?
I love how through the course of this game, we just destroy so much stuff.
Yeah, a lot of things explode.
It's a pretty crazy amount of property damage.
Turns out Shupke was a load-bearing boss. Frosty, why are you awake at 9 a.m. on a Saturday? Didn't anybody ever tell you that nothing good happens in the morning? Yeah, if you're playing Breath of Fire 2 on the GBA, you have to be aware that the game can/will crash during that cutscene. I still don't know exactly what causes it, but it's 6 a.m. here. Oh, you're even in a fake time zone. That's unfortunate. What are you doing up at 6 a.m.? For reasons unknown to God and man, if you play the GBA version just from the start, like you're going to speedrun it and you go all the way through the game, at some point, one of the memory addresses that is used in that cutscene is set to something it's not supposed to be, and it just causes the game to crash. So if you want to speedrun the GBA version, the fix is to just do a save quit and reset the console at the beginning of High Fort, and that fixes the problem. Now, what it doesn't fix is the fact that the GBA version looks and sounds horrible. That you just have to live with.
Has it been determined when that flag gets tripped?
Nope. You could figure it out. Basically, just boot up the game, play from the start, but play it with a RAM watch open and keep an eye on it. I have not done that, because I truly do not care that much. Nobody else runs GBA.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anyone who likes to get into the particular crunchiness of the code of these games had done that yet.
Yeah, Nitrodon looked into it far enough to determine what was causing the crash, but not, like, when. Like, what particular thing it is that causes that to happen. Alright, we out of here. Thank goodness. And I need to remember to put Cat's shoes back on. Or... Come on. Does this not inspire you to come back to Breath of Fire 2 packs? Do you not feel the draw?
I mean, I feel the draw. We'll see if it actually causes me to come back.
Do you not feel the desire to education hobby talent?
I would, of course, love to see anyone else that's newer than me on the running.
Yeah, Pax would be simultaneously a new and old runner.
Yeah.
For anybody who's a fan of real obscure Super Nintendo RPGs, you can also pick Pax's brain about Treasure of the Rudras.
Yeah. I don't know everything about that game, but I do know a surprising amount about that game. Because that is actually a game that I do actually pretend to speedrun.
Treasure of what? Exactly.
Treasure of what?
Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
It never got an official English release, did it? It's just a fan translation.
I think so, yeah. And it is certainly far more niche than Breath of Fire, and Breath of Fire is already niche compared to the Final Fantasies and such. But yes, the soundtrack for Treasure of the Rudras is amazing. One of the best parts of that game, frankly. Yeah, the soundtrack is great. The battle mechanics are great. The story is great. The structure of the game itself is really cool. All of which makes it very fun to speedrun.
What is your favorite mantra and why is it peace?
Peace. Later. Actually, I don't even think I use...
I'm sure that peace was selected in the sense of like peace as opposed to violence, because you are choosing to abscond from conflict. but it is so much funnier if you read it as "Peace out, brother."
Peace out. Yeah. Bye.
This mushroom quest was a little frustrating as a kid as well.
I'm sure in the long ago times, Pax and I must have selected the wrong mushroom at least once, but
Oh, so many times. So many times.
if
Do I
that
come
is
over
true,
from?
it sounds like Pax remembers our childhood better than I do, because I cannot recall a time that I did not know the correct mushroom.
It was just like the first one, because if you come from the other side, it's literally the last mushroom that you check.
I'm pretty sure the last time I speedran this game and made it this far, I picked the wrong mushroom. This is not a childhood issue. This is definitely a mistake I have made within the last 10 years.
I have made every mistake there is to make in Breath of Fire 2, but I have not done that one in a run. I'm always inventing new and interesting ways of screwing up during a run. The most recent one was doing the Monero fishing, pulling up the fishing line too fast, and Monero just shooting straight by, leaving the screen and forcing me to spawn a new fishing location. That was embarrassing, because that was actually in the middle of a world record pace.
What a scam.
It's still not as bad as throwing mid-death, Evan, but pretty bad.
I think your worst offense was.
The worst offense was the fake world record.
Yeah, it was failing to get the correct ending on a world record run.
Oh no, did that happen?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was when I was trying to retake the glitchless world record from Andy. I had a run that beat Andy by about 2 minutes, and then just casually cruised into the neutral ending.
Oh no.
Yeah, that one hurt. It took a couple more months after that to get the record back. You know, I like to think it's a good thing. Like, all of these disasters, it makes it really easy to not be bothered when my runs get completely torpedoed. Like, some runners, when they have a good pace, die to the most egregious nonsense, get mad about it, and I just cannot do anything but laugh, because what else am I gonna do? It's funny! It's friggin' funny! It's funny at my expense, but you know what? That's okay.
It doesn't help that half of this game, it doesn't matter how good you are, because the RNG can still, muck it up for you anyways.
Yep. There aren't a lot of run killers once you're past the first hour, but basically every split, if you get bad encounter RNG or bad boss RNG or something, you can just lose a minute, lose 2 minutes. Yo, Shogun woke up! How's it going, Shogun? If you are interested, Shogun, you have permissions to join the voice channel. You can hop in if you like. You can hang out and chat if you like. It's a free country.
It's a party.
Gonna do a cheeky little encounter reset. How goes the run? Let's describe it as follows. The game really tried to give me a good pace, and I refused to accept it. But if you go back and watch my early game through Terrapin, I was actually getting god tier boss fights. I got a single input Terrapin fight. I just hit auto on turn 1 and took my hands off the keyboard, and the fight beat itself. because every single turn was just the Terrapin brainwaving Ryu just hitting himself for 10 damage, and letting Sten and Nina do their thing. For 5 turns straight. It was a thing
Charles,
of beauty.
do you remember your Terrapin split time on this run?
No, I don't. It was pretty good. I could probably scroll up. My Terrapin time was 1:16.
That's pretty nice still.
Yep. It wasn't perfect, because there were a couple bad encounters on the way there, and the Will-O-Wisp fight in the Joker basement. But like the early game was really butter smooth. Everything was lovely. Yeah, the 1:16 Terrapin from this run would be 3rd place on the Terrapin percent leaderboard with the any percent route. And the Terrapin route is a good 2 to 3 minutes faster because it shaves off a whole bunch of stuff that you don't need for a partial game category. So in terms of RNG and execution and pace, basically my early game through Terrapin was on par with the Terrapin percent world record. Okay, I need to take off Sten's clothes. And I...
Excuse me.
That didn't sound right.
I'm warm. Alright, it's Rand Cat Blue. Anyway, and then we got to the Semafort section, and I just egregiously threw the entire run in the trash. It's fine. We don't need to dwell on it. But I also didn't get the gold drop, so this was never going to be an amazing pace anyway. Alright, and now we have our legally enforced grinding section. I always say that one of the things I like about the Breath of Fire 2 speedrun route is that there's no grinding. You never stop to intentionally grind fights, but that's kind of a lie because the game forces you to. This is just a dungeon where you have to kill every random battle to proceed with the game. But it's handy, because the experience you get from this carries you through the rest of the run. Oh, this is so much nicer in any percent. In Glitchless, when we come in here, we only have a single fast shoe, so Cat doesn't outspeed most of these things.
And no fire rocks.
Also no fire rocks, although we don't usually use them in here. The things that you would want fire rocks for, the Blue's Flame spell does the same job, so it's even though the fire rock would be faster, it's better to use Flame and save the fire rocks for harder encounters later.
Gotcha.
That was 2 fights here.
Sorry, I tuned out for a minute. Have you explained the mechanics of being in here?
I've explained that there's mandatory grinding. I didn't get as far as saying that in each room cluster there are exactly 2 fights that spawn. They still function as random encounters. It's not the same enemies every time, but once you have defeated the 2 random encounters, nothing more will spawn and you can move on to the next section.
Yeah, so the queen's body is broken up into 6 parts. It's lower left, middle left, upper left, and the same on the right, I think.
On the map, it's 4 parts. Upper left, lower left, upper right, lower right. Oops.
Okay, I couldn't remember if there were central sections or not.
There are not. Yeah, there's one more fight in here.
And yeah, so you have to basically go from section to section, defeating battles, and once you've done a certain number of battles in each section, you can move on to the next. And this is, I think, basically the only time in the game where you're supposed to make use of the little gremlin mechanic. So in the main menu, right up in the top of the menu in the middle, is one of the little gremlin guys. And he's either doing a little jig, doing a little dance, or he's sleeping. And what that actually is an indicator of whether or not you can encounter enemies in the area that you're in. So if you're in a town where you can't encounter any enemies, he'll be asleep. If you're in a dungeon, he'll be doing a little dance, and the speed of his dance is an indicator of how likely the random encounters are. And so the idea in here is that you go into a room, pull up the menu, you see he's doing his little dance, and then you do a bunch of random battles until he goes to sleep. And then you move on. Basically, nowhere else in the game do you actually really need to make use of the little gremlin, but they make you use him here.
Hey, Charles, is there a reason that we don't run from the leadoffs in here?
Because it does not progress the counter. Right? They do not count.
Okay. Understood.
Which is unfortunate, isn't it? Now, fun fact, it does not count if you run away from the enemies, but it does count if the enemies run away from you. And both the hemoglods and the fatties are able to run away from you, which means that in the tasks, we manipulate every single fight to just instantly run away from you. It's
nice.
Very satisfying, and also took me weeks of manipping to get it done. Because infuriatingly, even though this is the one place in the game where the encounters are mandatory and you want to get them out of the way as fast as possible, it has the game's lowest encounter rate.
That's the collar.
Even with the collar, it's bad. Without the collar, it's terrible. But yeah, the collar does help a little bit.
I just want to give a quick shout out to the 310 people who are here with us through this adventure. You're all really cool people.
With questionable taste in Saturday morning entertainment.
Oh, yes, that went without saying.
On the upside, we are more than half done. That's an invigorating thought.
Oh yeah, big time. After this, I'm gonna have a nap. There's really not much to say here. We're just
No,
fighting
there's little
fights.
mini fight optimizations, but other than that, I'm just kind of grinding.
Grinding away.
The main thing is that the fatties have a bunch of health, so if there's more than one of them, the fastest way to kill them is just to use a dragon. But they also tend to run away. So you don't want to dragon if they're going to run. So what I do is, in fights like this, I queue up a dragon and I also queue up a spell from Blue so that if the fatty runs, Blue kills all the other stuff and Ryu's dragon never goes off. And if the other stuff's, or if the fatty stays, then Blue's spell still kills off the other things before they take their turns, so it doesn't lose time. They are not
Interestingly,
happy.
this is one of the only dungeon segments without a boss fight.
True. That is correct.
You just come in here and do a bunch of random battles and move on, and there's no boss fight.
I think that was only one battle in this room. Trust himself. Yes, correct. That was fast. You're getting this same fight over and over again. This is very funny. Okay, we're getting there. I think there's 4 more rooms after this. It's a little annoying that so many things are targeting Cat and provoking these counters because the counters aren't doing anything other than wasting time in 3-second increments.
Suboptimal dealing damage to the enemy.
Alright. That was incorrect. It's fine. That was supposed to be Flame, not Sonic Boom. Okay.
After starting to learn the Breath of Fire 1 speedrun, I really do appreciate how fast the menuing is in this game.
Yeah, it's a huge improvement. I really like Breath of Fire 2's menus. They're occasionally a little too fast, but that's fine. Okay, I think it's 6 more fights, 3 more rooms, if I'm remembering right. We are getting so many unlucky counters. Okay, 4 more. Alright, how many are gonna stay? 1 stays, 2 stays, 3 stay. That is a lot of experience. You
We
don't
love to
actually
see
need it, but you do love to see it. And a free stamina.
Do you plan to cook that or sell that?
No, I'll keep that one to cook. The reason I didn't keep the first one I got was just inventory space reasons when I was buying fire rocks, but that's no longer a problem. Signed to go Brave Man?
Charles, the chat said it. Brave
Yeah.
man.
I decline, but thank you. A different really longathon, maybe.
Maybe I'll learn Brave Man and we can duel next longathon.
That would be quite something. It is a heck of a run. But it is also a free silver medal.
Tasty.
So is GBA for that matter. The funny thing is, other than the audio and video quality being suspect and needing to know about how to deal with the crash in Highfort, GBA is otherwise the most beginner-friendly category. Not counting Terrapin. Like, of the full game categories, GBA is the most gentle introduction to the game. That is a second stamina. That's pretty nice.
It's double XP, right?
Yeah, double XP and triple money, or is it the other way around? I think it's double money, triple XP. And I missed a
run.
fight somewhere. That's also...
Oh no.
It's been a while since I did that one. Where did I miss a fight? Here? Oh. Huh. Gonna give that one the big...
That never happened in practice.
This is the first run I've ever missed a fight before. Huh. I am curious to know where I missed it.
What he's doing is going into the menu and seeing when the little gremlin dances, like
Yeah.
Pax was talking about before.
I
Look,
must have only
knowing-
done one fight in this room. That's what
I
it
was gonna say, knowing the marathon luck, it would be in like the very first room. Nidoar, thank you for the donation
Oh,
to
holy.
charity.
Good morning, Nita. I pledged at the start of the run that for every minute over world record I will donate $1, and I think I'm going to be donating quite a few dollars. There we go, okay. Well, that's a new one. Calculated failure? Yeah, throwing for content and charity. Alright, so the next party I need is Spar Random. So we have now been inside the toilet, the whale, and the body of a queen. And yet, arguably, it is still not the strangest place we will go. Personally, I think that title goes to the physical manifestation of a sentient tree's memories.
Yeah,
Which is
that
our
one's pretty
next
weird.
destination.
We're doing some inception or incepting.
Okay, so Randblue Spar.
Yeah, that's understandable, Nidor. Everyone knows Canada is made out.
Oh yeah, absolutely fake. Fictional country.
Like, come on, plastic money? What is this, Monopoly?
Okay, no encounters is good. I did not forget to pick up the therapy pillow for a change.
Haha.
Aha!
That would have been on. That would have been on brand for this run.
It
though.
really would. Alright, and now let's see how far into this rank roll I can get. Not very far. Wow. Okay. I'll walk. Yeah, never punished. Imagine being punished.
So yeah, this is a weird little. There's 3 different towns representing different stages of life, but one of them changes when you talk to that one kid in that one town.
Alright. Never
for
punished.
reasons.
It is fine.
3
and-
box, no punishing.
And we're now in the proper dungeon where we are farsighted because we're in the mind of an old man and we can't see things that are close to us. It's a very fun design. We can still see the people, but we can't see any of the walls.
I'm sure this is
Seems-
not a popular dungeon because if you don't know the way, it can be a headache, but I love the design of this dungeon.
Yeah. In terms of the actual dungeon design, I think it's really cool and just yet another example of how the Breath of Fire games in general were always just kind of a little bit ahead of their time. in terms of like really interesting, unique stylistic choices and interesting like dungeon designs, interesting boss fights, stuff like that. Interesting mechanics in general. Like even though the boss for this segment is a bit of a pushover, his mechanics are really cool. It really leans into theming as well. So like because the demon is making this tree forget all of its ancient knowledge, the boss makes you forget stuff. He'll hit you with an attack that makes you lose access to the newest spells on your spell list. So if he hits you a whole bunch of times with it, you just can't cast most of your spells because you've forgotten them all. In reality, you just beat him up and he falls over because he's very pillow-fisted and can't hit very hard. But it's a cool idea.
Good luck with your TFT, Nidor. Okay, we are almost there.
Charles, is your plan also to sleep for a very long time after this?
No, I think I'll probably just stay up and try and go to bed at a normal time. Otherwise, I'm going to end up on total degen hours.
Right.
I don't have that option. I have a Dungeons and Dragons game starting tonight at 10 p.m.
Oh, nice.
So, like, in 12 hours, I will be starting a multi-hour Dungeons and Dragons game. So, like, I kind of have to have a little bit of a sleep in between now and then, or I'm going to perish.
Okay. Defend, attack, attack up rammed, thunder dragon.
Yeah, everyone knows who Charles is.
Alright, crab hands, let's go.
Yeah, so this is the guy. He makes you forget your magic.
He gives you the little bop bop.
Yeah, he's got little punches. He's got forget your magic. He can shoot lightning at you, I think. I don't even know what this guy does.
He has breaths.
He's
He has
for-
poison breath and sweet breath and rot breath.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Which is always... Oh, look at that. He went for the sweet breath. This is actually low percentage, but Rand is awake. In fact, he put everyone else to sleep. This is just optimal for many-wing. Nice. Okay. Let's see if I have any more luck with this stupid rand roll. Good enough. Not good enough. Punished after all. If this thing drops a gold, I am gonna flip. Okay, I didn't, thank goodness. That would have been so funny.
sometimes thought about routing one of the fishing spots after this and YOLOing it and hoping the gold got dropped here.
Too much junk in my inventory. That'll do. Hey, Serenade, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
So, for everyone keeping score, way back at the end of like Act 1, after we rescued Bo, we were told that the world is dying and we need to find the Grass Man to tell us what's wrong. And we went and recruited said Grass Man. He's like, we have to go talk to the Great Wise Tree. We went to talk to the Great Wise Tree, who said, I can't remember, you're gonna need the therapy pillow. But we couldn't get the therapy pillow without being able to speak to the people of Tunlin. So we went to High Fort to get the famous flute. We did our solo Sten adventures in High Fort. We then go to Tunlin, where we find out we can't get the therapy pillow until we cure the queen. So then we went and got a mushroom from a mountain and recruited an old weird wizard guy. And then we were able to cure the queen, who gifted us with the therapy pillow so that we could go inside the mind of the Great Wise Tree. And we did that, and we killed the demon that was in making him forget everything. And finally, we're going to learn the important information, and we walk away. Because leaving that dungeon is the plot trigger, not actually talking to him and getting the exposition. So we're just able to move on with the plot and not actually learn any of the stuff that we needed to learn.
And now we're in Sky Tower, which is underwater.
And
exactly
now we're
where
in
you'd
Sky
expect to find a place called Sky Tower.
It's also notable that leaving the Wise Tree is kind of the end of Act 2. So we are now either at the very end of Act 2 or the very beginning of Act 3, depending on whether you consider Fog Valley part of Act 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think of this as the end of Act 2, but it's debatable.
It's kind of it's kind of weird just because like there's no boss fights. Well, I mean there's like I feel like the fact that Memory has a boss fight makes it a better capstone, and the fact that like playing casually you do get the information from the Wise Tree, and he does tell you, what's happening.
Kind of an intermission, I guess.
Yeah, this is just kind of there.
But for me, it always feels like Act 3 begins when you get to Farmtown.
Right.
When the new map sound comes about.
Yeah. Doot. Okay, that was a good Sky Tower. I guess it doesn't really help that this is a no-boss dungeon, so it feels just sort of non-existent.
Yeah, well, it's why I don't like calling it the end of Act 2, because it's a very lame end.
Getting the lore dump from the tree definitely feels like the end of Act 2, and getting to Farmtown feels like the end of Act 3, and just oops, there's accidentally a dungeon in the middle of those two things.
Yeah. It also helps that like that boss in Memory has like connections to your character's backstory and stuff. Yeah. He's relevant to you as a person.
Okay. Remove and re-oblivion. And now we play Farmville. As is tradition.
Normally,
Farmville
if you-
has got to be like a 15 years outdated reference, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like that hasn't existed in a long time.
I don't think. Feel free to prove me wrong, chat, but I don't think people play Farmville anymore, right?
What is a modern farming? Stardew Valley. We're gonna play Stardew
There we
Valley
go.
for 5 minutes.
And finally, we walk into a town of animal people where we don't have to deal with their internal politics. Instead, the theme of Armadillo Village is dysfunctional family dynamics.
Axe. Come on. It's Armavillo. Yeah, Harvest Moon is the farming game that I have played, but I don't know if there are like recent enough ones that people would get the reference. Mind you, I'm playing a Super Nintendo game. I suppose I should just assume the audience has some familiarity with 20-year-old video games. Nice. Get him with the big numbers. That is very satisfying. Jean's defend animation? You mean where he assumes the position? Yeah, that is pretty funny. Do it again. Come on, Rand, I believe in you. Aw. Well, 1 out of 2 ain't bad. Alright, it's attack, Thunder Dragon, attack up. So this is an interesting boss. He can do a lot of hurt, but he usually doesn't. He's kind of non-violent. Ooh, double crit, very nice. Good job, Rand. And Ryu tries. Is that lethal? Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah, most of the time he does nothing threatening, and then once in a while he just casts Fireball all over you. Okay, you may have noticed that we put the frog in the party, like, on purpose, not by accident. It is purely for the following reason. That's it, that's the reason.
That was it. That is the extent of his
The
usefulness.
whole reason is just so I can jump up that stupid cliff and not have to walk around.
Because like the rand rolling is just not really gonna go well. It's much easier to hop.
Yeah. Easy fight. Lead off works. Surely not all the Breath of Fire fan art is cat related, but like a lot of it is. A statistically significant sample of the Both fan art is cat related, as it should be. Cat is the real MVP.
She is kind of the hero of this speedrun.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Don't you want to donate 20 times, Charles?
I do not.
What about taking a few minutes and grabbing Boombata?
A few minutes, yeah. Absolutely. So there's a little mini game in there that you can play, and if you succeed at doing a little DDR-style rhythm game, you get a free spell. The thing is Rand at full health? Rand's at full health, good. The thing is, well, I said it's a DDR minigame, but you can't actually see what you have to press, you just have to do it by sound, and the timing is incredibly unforgiving. If I'm remembering right, I think every button press is an 8-frame window.
Could you task that?
Okay, hang on. Paladin. Step 1, medicate. And then the spell you get isn't even that useful. It's a gravity style spell. It does 50% damage to the enemy, but it doesn't work in boss fights, so what is even the point? Hell yeah. Oh, nice. I did not realize that was going to one-shot, but that's pretty good. Rand has performed a fisticuffs. So this is one interesting consequence of the weapon glitch. Is by default, if you're just playing normally, Cat is a significantly better damage dealer than Rand. Like, she has a noticeably higher offense stat. However, a character's offense stat is the sum of two things. It's their base strength stat, and it's their weapons offense stat. And Rand, just his character design is he's actually got a very high base strength stat, but his weapons are very weak. Cat has a high, but not like exorbitantly high strength stat. The reason Cat does so much physical damage is that her weapons have very high offense stats. After Ryu's swords, they're the next highest in the game. So with the glitched weapons, which all have a fixed uniform 64 power across the board, it means that as you gain levels on your characters, Rand becomes the better physical damage dealer than Cat, because they have the same weapon strength, and Rand gets to take advantage of his very high base physical strength. Basically, Rand punches real good. Okay, heal Rand and work to Wikia. But also, as the game goes on, Cat becomes more important for her high speed. Like, you either want her fire rocking or healing. So she does still deal good damage if she punches, but she often has other stuff to do. Meanwhile, Rand is all about the punches.
So what you're saying is that in the any percent speed run, the healer is your best attacker,
yes,
and the attacker is your best healer.
That is exactly what I'm saying. Isn't it great?
Hey Charles, referring to Boombata, could you task that? Because I know you program inputs for that.
Oh, yeah, I could, in theory. What would be the easiest way to do that? I guess I could just make a fork of the current task, pick it up at the S-Golem fight, and do it from there. Yeah,
Sure.
could be done. If I ever get around to running 100%, that is probably what it would take to learn how to do that Boombata minigame consistently. Would Boombata save time anywhere? Absolutely not. No question. That thing is friggin' useless. Boombata is strictly decorative. Anyway, now we're gonna get involved in... Well, it's not really politics. It's more like personal drama of the Windian royal family. Like smokes. You think the smokes do nothing until you run glitchless and you realize, oh no, the smokes were doing something, because your best harpy split is like 18 minutes. We had a really good Mount Fubi this run. I think we only had one non-lead-off encounter before the Harpies and one non-lead-off encounter on the way to Roaches. We had a very fast Roach split.
I'm taking it that Roach didn't get up even once for you.
I think he got up one time.
Still not bad.
Yeah, it's still good. And now we are getting ready for our final solo section with Nina, who is underleveled and has the constitution of paper mache.
What a nightmare.
Fortunately, there's no real penalty for dying with her. You just spawn back at the beginning of the solo section, and it's very short. But still, it's pretty miserable. You can die a whole lot. Hey, Mystic Andy, thank you. And Mr. Starman, welcome. RNG, please. Yeah. On the other hand, consider, if we get bad RNG, that is more dollars for charity, and we love charity. So maybe we should be cheering for the enemies.
Rooting for time loss.
Yeah. Don't think of it as time loss, Pax. Just think of it as gaining additional charity.
Exactly. We are nothing if not generous souls here.
Make sure not to take the wrong way like I did last time, Charles.
Yeah, I did see that. Hey, hi Spirits, good to see you. I do not remember if this is a one... Okay, it is a one Fire Rock. I couldn't remember if it was one Fire Rock or two Fire Rocks to kill those things, so I just queued up two to be safe. That's okay. I'm just gonna be dying a bunch. Nobody's gonna miss anything important. Okay, but can I get the boulder clip?
I'll have to have you explain this to me at some point, Charles. I
It's
still don't
very
quite get it
straightforward.
yet.
You just have to do the movement I just did without bonking. If you don't bonk, you get boulder clip. Am I gonna one-shot this like always? Thanks, Shogun. Shogun is just summoning the curse. He's prepared the reagents, he has said the incantation, and Shogun is cursing this run as we speak.
Classic Shogun.
Classic Shogun, right. Okay. Let's see. Am I getting the doink? I'm getting the doink! Is it a big number? No, Nina's dodging. What a legend. Easy, first try every time, nothing bad ever happens in this video game.
This boss has such a cool sprite that I wish wasn't such a easy pushover boss fight. I wish you got to see more of it.
Yeah. Hate you too, Shogun. No, see, Shogun, you have to understand how it works. I complain about my bad luck to reverse psychology the game into giving me good luck just to be contrary.
Yes, just to give people an idea of how much of a pushover that boss fight is. I mean, you just saw how much of a pushover the boss fight is, but in Charles's notes, in his long form speedrun notes, he has little sections for all the boss fights, for what the strategy is for that boss fight, usually indicating what their health is, stuff like that. For the Guardian, there is just a one-sentence line at the end of the notes for this Windia section that just say, "Kill the Guardian with a fire rock." That's it. That's the notes. That's the boss strategy. It's just that. There is more explanation. There's more explanation about grabbing this treasure chest we just grabbed than there is about beating the boss.
So you saw me walk straight through a solid boulder a couple minutes ago. That's just a cheeky little glitch. But it's nice because it's extremely easy to pull off. I don't know how it works or why. What about having the optimal movement from the start causes the collision on that thing to not work properly, but it's extremely consistent. If you die post-Guardian, yeah, you just don't get to pick up the Windrobe, which is not at all a big deal. My default route assumes I don't get the Windrobe. This is just a nice little bit of extra safety.
I don't think I've ever gotten the Windrobe. I've always wiped before then.
Yeah, it's pretty uncommon to make it that far without getting killed. But as Shogun points out, I am the luckiest BoF 2 runner. Which makes my complete inability to world record all the more embarrassing. Yeah, we used to get the Windrobe and then go to the Guardian, but it's so non-critical that you might as well just YOLO the Guardian. Most handsome and modest, thank you, Tina. Tina just out here being my entire cheerleader section. Danger Cat? Shogun, surely you mean Safety Cat. That strat was 100% airtight, nothing bad ever happens.
Shogun, are you going to run any percent full game anytime soon?
He has said so. In fact, Shogun owes us a Brave Man run.